Hey, it's Shabes, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. It's early, but I don't care. We go in. I have some food to eat before I get going, so I'll probably do that. There's the chat. And there's the chat. And there's the notes. Yeah. And like so. Yeah. Okay. Well, I gotta eat a little bit. I have some food. And yeah, I didn't stream on Friday because, well, I was intending to. And then I just got so into the video, I was like, I can get it to a kind of a finished state so I can workshop it with some people. And several people have to get back to me on it, so I'm waiting. So I'm just like giving it a few days. I haven't like given a, all I've really said is that I want to put this out in April, so it's okay if it's whatever day. Bazinga. Good to see you, Roger. I also recorded AnyTube Digest before this, so it's already on the timeline, ready to be edited, and I just haven't, I'll do that after stream. After the stream! A little bit like this. Yeah. Something like that. But I'm gonna eat real quick, and then we'll jump right in. But yeah, we're gonna try to go from Pokemon to Princess Mononoke, which is about the same number of articles as last time. It's actually a couple more. It's like 48. So. I agree. I agree the weather is pretty good. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just like eating on stream and not like entertaining. It's pretty nasty over here. Damn. Like hot or wet or what? You know, like I could have started Steins Gate while I was eating my lunch, but fuck it. Muggy's not great. Well, I have a second one to eat, but I'd rather get going. It's been about 5 minutes. Right. Right. Down to business. Gotta do it. Pokonyan. Hello, every nyan. Pokonyan. And it's from 1993. So. Got 3 Ghibli films at least to talk about today. Yeah, at least 3. Got a fair chunk to go through. But I'm gonna put the food over here. Let me just read. Let's read Pokonyan. Okay, it's like it's based on it's the same creators as Doraemon. Fujiko F Fujio. Seems cute. Polar Bear Cafe from 2012. I'll read this one. A lazy panda fails in his job application at a cafe, but befriends the polar bear owner and many of the chatty animal clientele in a light-hearted slice-of-life story, somewhat reminiscent of Miyazaki and Takahata's earlier Panda Go Panda. I'm happy they said Miyazaki and Takahata and not just Miyazaki. Not the least for the lady's part-time job in a petting zoo and the presence of a human girl on the staff, Polar Bear Cafe was based on Aloha Higa's strip in Flowers magazine running since 2006. It was plainly snapped up for animation on the expectation that the anthropomorphic characters heralded a potential gold mine in merchandise and spin-offs, although it is more likely to be remembered by anime historians for the glimpse it afforded of the production process behind the scenes. The show was several episodes into its broadcast run when the creator publicly complained about the lack of consultation. She was contractually permitted to sign off on designs and scripts, but had been presented with nothing from the animators at all. The angry Higa pulled her comic from the publisher for a month, seemingly blaming editorial liaisons for waving through design choices in her name without seeking her approval. She was particularly annoyed about the number of claws given to her polar bear protagonist, seemingly unaware of a long-standing debate in the animation world about the need to reduce actual finger counts in order to present cleaner images. However, that's not the point. Higa had the right of consultation and argued that her right was being denied by her corporate busybodies. As the creator, she was perfectly entitled to throw her weight around, and undeniably did. Polar Bear Cafe lasted for many more episodes, but Higa's Discord briefly shone a light on some of the shenanigans that can go on in the background of anime shows. It helps explain, at least to some extent, the controlling and invasive nature of some other creators. I'm annoyed that they did not really resolve that story. I was kind of looking for, so what happened? Did she get the creative control? Did they, you know? I think they were just more fascinated about it conceptually than they were about the actual situation. It's a shame that like that's all they talk about. Like, you know, they ran for 50 episodes. But that's interesting that starting when? Several episodes into its broadcast run. I don't know, I feel like there'd be more interesting things to say about it. You know, they said it, so that's fine enough. They didn't really give an opinion about the show, though. A lighthearted slice of life story, somewhat reminiscent of Panda Go Panda. Yeah. I'd say it's a good article, though, because I think it's an interesting idea. Maybe there wasn't a resolution? I don't know. The woman I met at a Japanese class many years ago really liked Polar Bear Cafe. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I know it's a favorite for people who've seen it. I've been meaning to myself, but, you know. One of those. Polinic Girls Attack. From 2008, Polinic Girls Attack. I'm gonna eat. There's a little snide commentary at the synopsis, but other than that, not really much else. It's a porn, so whatever. Or at least maybe it's not a porn, but it seems like it, because they said like in this story so weird it's almost gone beyond porn into science fiction. So I'm assuming it's porn. So they didn't really go after it and really give their take on it, so it's fine. Pollen from 1982. Good DM, by the way. I have to check that. Okay. It's age content. Okay. Yeah, pollen. Okay. They say it's sweet. It's like a kid's show. But they say that about a lot of shows, so it's... I don't know. They have to say more about it to me for that besides the one-word stuff. I'll probably go back in the in my notes and remove the ones that are just one word, you know? Pollyanna from 86. Just gotta check first edition real quick. No change for pollen in the first edition that I can tell. I feel like this is spoilers for the whole thing, but it could be like a mini arc or something. I'm not gonna say. Oh, great. Well, I guess it's not. I guess it's vague enough. Sato Kozo. Designs by Yoshiharu Sato. Sato went on to work with Studio Ghibli and has built on his US links, most recently with work for Disney on the Tigger movie. Let me just read the third edition. It's not real spoilers. It's not the most intense spoilers, but it's sort of like implied. vague spoilers. It doesn't really directly spoil it. Hello, all. Good to see you, Greg. And good to see you, too, Weird Proc. Now, this is unexpected. I don't know how many of you will... Well, maybe you will. Maybe you'll kind of expect this. Yu Yu Hakusho. Because they have it listed as Poltergeist Report. It's not me. Okay, Poltergeist Report, Yu Yu Hakusho. Of course, I'll read this one out loud. Middle school tough guy Yusuke Urameshi is killed trying to save a child in a car accident. In a fussily bureaucratic hell, his name is found to be missing from the big book of dead people, and his application is rejected. The son of the ruler of hell comes to his rescue and offers him a chance to return whence he came. Repatriated to Earth, he teams up with Death, two demons, and his former rival, and becomes a psychic investigator, fighting battle after battle against evil spirits. It's kind of a clunky synopsis, if you ask me. Kind of a really clunky synopsis. Like, you couldn't make it sound any less appealing. Isn't it known as Ghost Files as well? Yeah. Oh, that's the movie, yeah. Poltergeist Report's the name of the movie, though? I don't know. They listed it as Poltergeist Report. Based on the 1990 Young Jump manga. Wait! Young Jump? Was it published somewhere? This is news to me. No. No, it was Weekly Shonen Jump. It wasn't Young Jump. When was it? Was it ever? I'm just looking this up. Why isn't Yu Yu Hakusho part of the new Shonen Jump subscription? That was from 2018, though. Maybe it's been put up recently. I don't. It's definitely Shonen Jump. Okay. Am I wrong? Young Jump's a seinen magazine. Oh. I want to check it out sometime as I love Yu Yu Hakusho. PR. They just... that's so weird. That they're just going to abbreviate it as PR. God. PR. By Hunter x Hunter creator Yoshihiro Togashi, Poltergeist Report sets up a milieu not dissimilar to the background of Urotsuki Doji. The human, spirit, and demon worlds coexist, along with a more nebulous, barely glimpsed hell said to be worse than all the others combined. Like the wandering child Amano, Yusuke does good deeds in the human world, but there the resemblance ends. Since Yu Yu Hakusho is far more interested in the fight of the weak standoffs in the manner of Dragon Ball. Then why did you bring it up? What the fuck? It sets up a milieu not dissimilar to the background of Urotsuki Doji. The human spirit and demon worlds coexist, along with the more nebulous, barely glimpsed hell, said to be worse than all the others combined. And like Amano, Yusuke does good deeds in the human world, but there the resemblance ends. Not much of a resemblance, then. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really gonna write that down. I don't care as much. A very successful series, particularly by the short runs of many 1990s anime. I keep getting tripped up because they're calling it PR. PR returned in the 30-minute short PR the Movie. Shown as part of a triple bill of TV tie-ins, it took the traditional summer special route, as Yusuke's vacation is interrupted by the kidnapping of his boss, Koenma. The kidnappers demand the King of Hell's seal as ransom, and Yusuke is torn between his loyalty to his friend and the savior, and his fears of what will happen if the seal falls into the wrong hands. A full-length feature, PR, Fight for the Netherworld, from 1994, featured the Lord of the Netherworld returning after several millennia to conquer Earth by seizing 5 power sites around Tokyo. The lush, rich, and expensive animation was almost totally wasted on a tired plot, making the PR feature look remarkably like a bad remake of several other shows, some of which it actually predated. Geomancy from Silent Mobius, a demon invasion a la Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon? Demon invasion, and you're gonna go with Sailor Moon. Really? And modern-day ghost busting, straight out of Ushio and Tora. Okay, so you're gonna just talk shit about Yu Yu Hakusho because you watched the movie. But you clearly didn't watch the show. Sadly, this suffered the usual flaws of movies released out of context. God! You don't need any context for the fucking movie. For Yu Yu Hakusho's Poltergeist, like the actual Poltergeist Report movie, there's very, 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 very little context you need. It's not like they bring up certain arcs or develop, ongoing struggles with the characters or anything. Like, they're pretty good at making it self-contained, I think. The other shonen filler movies, not so much, but that one I think actually did a decent job. So they're just kind of talking out their ass at this point. Great comparisons. Public relations, yeah, PR. Or Project Red, or I don't know what sadly, this suffered the usual flaws of movies released out of context. The overlarge idol cast of Tenchi Muyo and the missing backstory of Patlabor. Huh? They just mocked me in the other room. Are you kidding me? Didn't Ben the Sage also just cover the movie and not talk about the show much? Probably. That sounds right, yeah. Oh my god. PR isn't an outstanding show of its type. Okay. But the TV series might well have fared better than the movie on English release. You just said it, wait. This is just contradicting statements. PR isn't an outstanding show of its type, but the TV series might well have fared better than the movie on English release. You're just saying it isn't an outstanding show, and it may have done better. All right, I guess that's I guess that's followable. There were also several half-hour spin-off videos whose indulgence only goes to show just how popular PR was in Japan. The best fight scenes... I wasn't even paying attention, sorry. There were also several half-hour spin-off videos whose self-indulgence only goes to show just how popular PR was in Japan. The best fight scenes were excerpted on the 2-part video compilation PR Image Report, followed swiftly by 5 themed clip shows compiled as PR Image Report 2. One for each of the leads. For the ultimate in future nostalgia, the next episode bumpers that closed each episode were released in their own 3-part set, PR in the next week's episode, allowing viewers to spend 90 minutes watching nothing but ads. And this is such a weird article, dude. Why point that out? What the fuck? Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna be dismissive about Yu Yu Hakusho. Um, and then I guess mixed on the Yu Yu Hakusho movie. Um, this is so weird. It's just so cool. Why end the article this way? It's like, one, why end the article this way? Two, we sometimes include actual advertisements. You know, sometimes they're featured in the, like, I know Naisho's, like, if you watch Otomachi Doremi Naisho, the eye catches include some products and the characters are like shilling them out, and that's a general thing, and that's obviously a thing that's been a long time with Toku and everything, and like, that's historically interesting. I don't know why they're being so dismissive about ads, or just it feels like a dig, you know. I get the kind of the weirdness of compiling all the next episode previews into one thing. Although that being said, I personally don't know what Yu Yu Hakusho's approach is like, but everyone's is different. There's often like some interesting kind of funny banter with the characters that maybe fans want to recreate or whatever. I don't know. There's others that are, you know, more utilitarian and whatever. It's just sort of like it, but to consider it an ad is weird to me. You know, I think there's a difference. The TV series English release might have fared better. I mean, yeah, it broadcasted on US TV and had a full uncut release. Yeah, that is weird. They didn't let's see if they changed anything. I just read the 3rd edition, so let me read the first and see how they do. I'm also gonna write down Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah. Yep, they say Young Jump in the 1st edition here, and they don't change it. Uh... They cut this. Okay, yeah, so, that's bizarre. Hold on. So the thing you brought up, Roger, about, yeah, it was broadcast on US TV. Apparently not in the first edition. Cut. Sadly, this was the only incarnation of the series to reach the US... I should say English language, because that's what they say. To date. And that's why they have an opinion about the movie and nothing about the show. And the show is like a very clunky synopsis. But they don't even fucking change it for the third edition. That's insane. Very... Yeah, I assume the first edition was released before 2002. It was. Yeah, 2001. But then they still say PR isn't an outstanding show of its type. But the TV series might have fared better than the movie on English release. Yeah. Well, that's it. That's the article. Hell of a ride. Polyphonica from 2007. Didn't the first movie get dubbed before this book came out? Yeah. No, I think that's why, yeah, I think that's why they were able to talk about it at all. The movie in actual, like, as an actual, plot synopsis. Like an actual review, and not, just offhand, like, this is what it's kind of about. I was lucky enough to get the Blu-ray set. I'm stunned Crunchyroll made so few copies. Oh, that's too bad. Hey, good to see you, Veal. The first movie was also out in 1998. Okay. In the US, yeah. Was the record for most named series in a single entry? Maybe. You mean most named other, like, unrelated series of then, like, riffing off? It's like this, it's like this, it's like this. I mean, it's probably up there, yeah. But I have not been keeping track of that, unfortunately. That'd be very funny. But I'm not doing that. That's way too much. Especially how far into it I am. Not a bad idea, though. But then, yeah, Veal, we just finished reading Yu Yu Hakusho, and it has a lot. So, like, they cut this from the third edition. That the movie was the only thing that had been released in the US to date. But then they didn't change anything else. So as a result, you know, they keep calling it Poltergeist Report, and abbreviated as PR. It's a very clunky synopsis because it was written before it was ever brought here. Based on the 1990 Young Jump manga, not Shonen Jump. Sadly, this suffered the usual flaws of movies released out of context, the overlarge idol cast of Tenchi Muyo, and the missing backstory of Patlabor. Like, huh? I don't know why you brought those up. And then, yeah, just complaining about this ad thing. The next episode previews being compiled into a physical release. People, I guess they were mad about that. I don't know. It's weird. I shouldn't say they were mad at that. I should say that they were being critical of that. For the ultimate in futile nostalgia. Because allowing viewers to spend 90 minutes watching nothing but ads. I'm reading the article now. It's very pretty, and elements in the story echo great antecedents. The childhood contract recalls Howl's Moving Castle. I guess. As well as the multitude of anime in which a boy and a girl meet as tiny children and vow eternal love. But that doesn't make the pet-master dynamic of the relationship much different than that of saber marionettes. Right? With no discernible plot or character development, it is perhaps not altogether surprising that the advertising for the second series touts its all-new, all-different crew and prequel story with an insistence verging on desperation. Sheesh. I'll give that a mixed, I guess. Very pretty. No discernible plot or character development. Odd. I like the character banter in episode previews. Polyphonica is nothing like Howl's. They mention Saber a lot, don't they? Saber marionettes? Yeah, that has come up more than twice, for sure. Let me see. Saber marionettes. 4. Only 4 results. And 2 of those are in the entry itself. So they've only mentioned it twice. Once in their article about I'm trying to see which one this is. Oh yeah, one of them is in Mouse, and the other one's in this one. So not really. That was kind of insensitive. The production of the original Polyphonica season was a disaster. It killed Junichi Watanabe from overwork. They had new staff because Ginga Ya went under. Oh, speaking of Howls, I found the Blu-ray and DVD box combo for 3 pence. I don't know what that is. Is that pounds? Filthy American here. My bad. 3 quid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be making fun of it. The first season's kind of rough, but the second season I think was quite well made. The directing in particular was chef-esque since it was Tomihisa Suzuki. See, Roger, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is valuable additive information. The contrast that you're giving here of like, first season's kind of rough, it has it, and guy died from overwork, you know. Wait, Junichi Watanabe, the series director? I just look, it's like, which one was Junichi Watanabe? Do they have him listed here? He is the first one listed as a director. Oh my god. A lot of games. Yeah, that's crazy. And then Masami Shimoda. Oh my gosh. But I'll definitely write that down, Raj. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Perhaps not altogether surprising that the advertising for season 2 touts its all new, all different crew and prequel story with an insistence verging on desperation. That'll be kind of a bombshell. I think if you put that in the video, where they, they're having this kind of glib attitude about these shows for their quality and stuff, and they're like, desperation. Yeah, because the first season tanked the studio and killed its chief director from overwork. Not gonna... Unbelievable. I think that's why every anime deserves respect. It doesn't need attention, not every anime is good. I'm not trying to say that, but like, they are all part of this, part of this medium, and you have no idea what kind of story's behind it. Like, you certainly shouldn't imply that these creators should go to jail because of what they made, which happened. I have to find it, but they did say that this is I think they said it was an anime crime because of how bad the OVA was or whatever. It's like, okay. A couple months before the show premiered. Oh. Correction, Ginga Yes still existed, but it no longer took main show work after that. Yeah. Went down? I should say collapsed. Okay. Now on to Pompoko. Okay. I should be reading it out loud. Sorry. A group of tanuki, Japanese raccoon dogs, finds its country life threatened by the construction of a human new town. At the instigation of the town elder, these tanuki use their powers of transformation to oppose the human encroachment. Unwilling to declare all-out war on humans they would miss human food, they fake ghostly hauntings, though the supply of human construction workers appears inexhaustible. An 800-year-old super tanuki orchestrates a ghostly parade down the main street, but the humans are more intrigued than scared, possibly because some of the ghosts include cameo appearances from the stars of Hayao Miyazaki's Porco Rosso, My Neighbor Totoro, and Kiki's Delivery Service. Guys, they did not just mention Miyazaki before Takahata on Pompoko. You couldn't save that till like a little trivia later? Like, I don't mind it being in the piece, but do you see how this comes off? They did not, dude. Come on. Any spooky effects are ruined when a local theme park takes credit for the parade, falsely claiming that it was a stunt to showcase its special effects technology. The horrified Tanuki discovered that the theme park is run by foxes who have given up fighting humanity and instead live among them in disguise. After outwitting the foxes, the Tanuki meet for one last trick, transforming the built-up landscape all too briefly into the virgin countryside it once was. Admitting defeat, they scatter among the human race, though sometimes they meet in secret to briefly walk once more in Tanuki form. They just summarized the whole effing movie. Great. Although, maybe it's been a long time since I've seen Pompoko. I've watched it more than 5 times or something. I've seen it a lot. One last trick, transforming the built-up landscape all too briefly into the virgin countryside it once was. I don't exactly remember that. I honestly don't remember that. To be fair, the actual bridge between the parade and the end of the movie is blurry to me, so I could have sworn I remember they attack the police. They actually have a scuffle with police, but I don't remember. Miyazaki always gets all the credit. I know. Not even on projects where he didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, maybe he worked on it a little somewhere. I wonder about that, but let me see. Let's see. I just want the Anime News Network article. I love that when you put in Pompoko in Google, the first autofill is balls. Oh god. I just wanna double check. Let's see. Control F Miyazaki, he is nowhere in this movie. Not involved at all. They had to have included his name before Takahata, but okay. Familiar characters from Japanese folk tales, the mischievous Tanuki are used here to tell a touching variant of Studio Ghibli's oft-repeated ecological message. Supposedly inspired by the 1960s real-life construction of a suburb in Tama Hills, west of Tokyo, lamenting the destruction of a way of life in much the same way as Nausicaa and Princess Mononoke, it also recalls the happy pastorals of Totoro. Tanuki were certainly in at this point in the 90s. The unrelated Pokonyan was a big hit at the same time. An English subtitled print was shown in very limited release in American theaters in advance preparation and for a failed attempt to gain the film an Oscar nomination. However, unlike the universal Totoro, Pompoko's appeal is, to some extent, ethnocentric. Gags come at the expense of Japanese history and folklore, and some of the humor is a little too earthy for the sanitized Disney market. The end result is often a foreign language variant on Watership Down. Look, I like Watership Down, guys, but you did not just say the end result is a foreign language variant on Watership Down. Oh. With time out for wacky satire, tear-jerking whimsy, and an unforgettable scene in which a Tanuki distracts a driver by flattening his testicles against the windshield. And of course they mention the testicles. Ghibli's usual standard-setting art direction and design are much in evidence. Ghibli's? Can I get a name? Can you give a name, please? And it's not Takahata. It's the art director. Who is the art director for Pompoko? Let's find out right now. Because I don't want to assume it's Kazuo Oga. I don't want to assume that, but I'm curious. He's got a background animation director. So, funny enough, you control F Miyazaki on ANN, and Miyazaki doesn't show up. But Mal has him listed as executive producer and planning. And yep, okay, so art director Kazuo Oga. Yes, it was Oga. Okay. I didn't want to assume, but yeah. Pompoko, by the way, is the sound you get when you tap gently on a tummy stretched full of food, as opposed to Pokopom, which is the Japanese translation of Winnie the Pooh's Tittle Pom. The Tamahills developed also featured in Until the Undersea City and Whisper of the Heart. Guys, did you miss something? Did you miss something? Did you fucking miss something? They mentioned Miyazaki in the article of Pompoko, and they don't mention Takahata at all. How do you fuck that up? At least they mentioned his name in the Panda Go Panda article. They dead ass. You motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. Open stream. Immediate balls. Yeah, John. Yeah, thank you. Now they're pouches. Did I just perfectly tune into some Takahata erasure? You gotta hand it to Studio Gynex. Oh no! Oh my god! That it writes itself. I can't believe it. These guys go out of their way to include cameo appearances from the stars of Hayao Miyazaki's Porco Rosso, My Neighbor Totoro. Like, they really want you to know that it's Miyazaki movies. But fuck whoever directed this movie, am I right? Who cares? It's Studio Ghibli! Tazaka deserves more recognition. I remember thinking every Chibi Ghibli movie was Miyazaki when I was younger. Yeah, I wonder why you thought that. I wonder what book was around that could have made you think that. I know you probably didn't read it, but, like, what I'm trying to say is this book, I think, was, if not, like, representative, possibly influential in shaping our discourse. So, like, with how well-known Hayao Miyazaki's name is versus how unfamiliar other names are, like Takahata or Dazaki, makes you think. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. They do say it's a good movie though. At least they liked it. Okay, what's the particular touching variant? Okay. Yeah, all right. just gonna put tear jerking Lindsay. Yeah. Huh. God. Okay, well, that's that. Let me read the first edition, just in case. Nope, so there's Miyazaki's mention. Okay, yeah, no change from the first to third. A huge Pompoko fan. Wasn't a huge Pompoko fan. Fair enough. Alright. Oh, never mind. There's 4 Ghibli films in today's reading. Delightful. Pomegranate Pavilion from 2006. Very short article. Insanely short. Yeah, it was production music guy. Wait, was that the new edition for Pompoko? Yeah, the third edition was no different I mean, Pony Canyon and Pomegranate Pavilion are both entries from third edition at least. I had to tune out from the last half hour. Did I miss anything important? Miss anything particularly outrageous? Well, Yu Yu Hakusho and Pompoko were pretty weird articles. It was titled Yu Yu Hakusho was titled Portuguese Report and abbreviated as PR the whole time. They removed from the first edition that sadly the movie was only the incarnation of the series to reach an English language to date, because the series came in 2002. Because of that, the synopsis is extremely clunky, but it didn't get any rewrite at all between the first and third edition. Based on the 1990 Young Jump manga, not Weekly Shonen Jump. Sadly, this suffered the usual flaws of movies released out of context, the overlarge idol cast of Tenchi Muyo, and the missing backstory of Patlabor. I don't know. And then complaining about a compilation of next episode previews and, futile nostalgia, allowing viewers to spend 90 minutes watching nothing but ads. Okay, and that's how they end the article. on Yu Yu Hakusho. They gave it a dismissive because like it isn't an outstanding show of its type. Polyphonica was actually pretty bad because they had this quote where perhaps not altogether surprising that the advertising for season 2 touts its all new, all different crew and prequel story with an insistence verging on desperation. Apparently season 1, according to Roger, who was in chat, apparently season 1 was a disaster, the studio collapsed, and the chief director died from overwork. And yet they're kind of like glibly talking about the second season here without any of that context. Like, that's so mean. That's so, ugh. And then Pompoko, they literally do mention Hayao Miyazaki because, like, it features cameos from Hayao Miyazaki's Porco Rosso and My Neighbor Totoro. And they don't mention Takahata's name a single time. I could not believe it. In the end, also this weird statement, the end result is often a foreign language variant on Watership Down. What? Wait, was that a new edition? Did we already get past Porco Rosso? No, Porco Rosso is the next article in the first edition, but I have Ponyo first. We got Ponyo first to do. From 2008. Kindergarten boy Sosuke lives with his parents in a small fishing community. His father is away most of the time on his boat, and his mother works in a local old folk center. One day, Sosuke finds a strange-looking fish on the shore. He names her Ponyo, but unknown to him, she's actually Brunhild, daughter of the goddess of the sea and a mortal scientist. She wants to escape her father's suffocating love and see the world beyond the sea, and once she arrives, she wants to stay. But things are never quite as simple as they seem in fantasy and fairy tales, the fantasy and fairy tales things they're linking to their article on fantasy and fairy tales. And it will take some real magic and sacrifice for Ponyo's wish to be granted. I don't think so yet. It should be soon. Thanks for the recap. So more shonen dismissal and more Takahata erasure. Yeah. Did Miyazaki even work on Poco in any way? So I looked that up. ANN says no. There's no mention of Miyazaki at all in Pompoko's credits on ANN. But Mel, for some reason, says he's executive producer and in charge of planning. So I'm sure he had some involvement because they're in the same studio. Ponyo grew out of a suggestion from producer Toshio Suzuki that Miyazaki should make a children's film set in a nursery school, based on Reiko Nakagawa's classic book Iya Iya En. Iya Iya En. The resultant work, however, seems only distantly inspired by its kernel. The story of a nursery school under a cliff became Ponyo, with Sosuke's kindergarten and house set on cliffs amid thrilling flooded landscapes redolent of similar scenes in Miyazaki's Future Boy Conan, as boats fight through the waves and the sea comes absurdly, alarmingly inland, to create lakes where the ocean where there once was earth. Here, Miyazaki revisits the waterlogged realm of his Spirited Away, along with his recurring interest in the world as viewed by a child. Ponyo is arguably the perfect pinnacle of this concern in his work, entirely conceived using the logic and ludic sense of a toddler, and with the children literally deaf to any concept or conversations that they might not be expected to understand. At a key moment of exposition, the adults' mouths flap, but no sound comes out. Ponyo draws on Hans Christian Andersen's Little Mermaid and highlights Miyazaki's well-known ecological concerns. They can't get Miyazaki's name out of their mouths whenever they talk about one of his fucking movies. And you do not see the same respect for Takahata. Does he need the same respect as Miyazaki? I would argue yes. I would argue yes. He also returns to his lifelong practice of hand-drawn animation after using computers from Princess Mononoke onward. Choosing a simpler art style than his previous works, he creates a breathtakingly beautiful world, again as a child might see it. Sometimes flat as a crayon drawing, sometimes magically rich and deep. Shapes can morph and shift, waves becoming fish, fish becoming girls, yet there are unchanging verities, the kind that sustain his other movies. Women are powerful, mysterious, terrifying, even after the wild magic of their early years is contained in the cage of domesticity. Mothers are always reliable, fathers are often absent. Neither of the fathers in the book, Ponyo's mad scientist daddy Fujimoto and Sosuke's adored sailor father Keiichi, see their wives very often or take much active part in the daily lives of their children. Fujimoto keeps his legion of fish daughters in a goldfish bowl at home. Keiichi signals to Sosuke from far across the waves. When it comes to creating parents, Miyazaki seems to have lost the sureness of touch that created the close, loving family of Kiki's Delivery Service and the busy but devoted working fathers of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind and My Neighbor Totoro. It's as if his own perception of himself as a father has shifted, perhaps mirroring the public comments of his son during their much-reported feud during the making of Tales from Earthsea. Ponyo's and Sosuke's parents are mirrors of each other, one partner constantly fretting and one calm and remote. And in both cases, the one doing all the fussing is the one left at home with the kids, while the other one does a really important job. Sosuke's mother Lisa is a strong character, accepting but not surrendering to her husband's absences and broken promises. Yet in one of the less convincing plot twists ever seen in a Ghibli movie, I'm not going to read it until I see it. I'm not just going to read it out loud and just spoil the thing. Okay, they don't really say what it is. They don't spoil it. So, okay, they have the tact and ability. You know, I'm going to give countless examples at this point of moments where they almost spoil something and they deliberately don't because they have respect for that title and don't want to spoil it for you. So what does that say about the ones that they do spoil? Maybe you shouldn't watch them? Don't worry, that's how it ends. You don't have to watch it. Like, honestly, they certainly don't do that for fucking Pompoko, where they recount the entire movie. The entire movie. The only thing it doesn't spoil are character deaths, which is nice. Thank you. Great. They don't even talk about the fact that Pompoko is made in a documentary style, with like a narrator, like, and no central protagonist, and that's so weird. And yet they're giving so much fucking thought to this movie. And like, you know, I want every anime to you know, deserves this amount of thought and attention. I don't want to necessarily discourage it, but the double standards is insane. Insane. I'm gonna write. Yeah, I have to write down that, like, lack of spoilers. Yet in one of the least convincing plot twists ever seen in a Ghibli movie, she does something both unconvincing and unnecessary, simply to get the story out of a hole and along to a gorgeous set piece. I know what she's referring. I'm pretty sure I know what she's referring to, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. But whatever, you won't see me defending Ponyo. I personally like more of what I've seen from Takahata than most Miyazaki movies, so my answer would be yes too. Yeah, Takahata deserves equal respect. He even got to direct a movie first. He got to direct a movie and 3 TV series. 2 series before Miyazaki had his first series direction But he also directed Panda Co Panda. So 2 movies and 2 TV anime. On top of, like, you know, they co-directed Lupin Part 1. So Fujimoto is an interesting concept. A magician with something of the hero of Howl's Moving Castle about him. A magician with something of the hero of Howl's Moving Castle about him. Okay. Choosing to exist in a world where humans should have no place and where their meddling can be dangerous. But his eccentricity is carried too far into comedy business, and his hesitation and uncertainty with the women in his life is overplayed. Ponyo's mother is all warm, benign distance. We never see her raging. Her anger has been externalized into nature, where Fujimoto is forever trying to contain, to protect, to put right. She is eternally calm, eternally accepting. The depictions of small children and the very old are precise and honest, rooted in close and affectionate observation. There's a moment where elderly ladies are magically released from their wheelchairs to sprint and jostle. Careful character building and juxtaposition with the nursery school children have let us glimpse their inner 5-year-olds. When they are finally let out to play, it's both joyous and poignant to watch. These are spiritual sisters to Ma Dola in Castle in the Sky, hemmed in by life and age, but with their inner fire undimmed. Ponyo's depiction of a flooded Japan took on new meaning after the Great East Japan Earthquake and Tsunami of 2011. It was made I'm sorry, I'm off camera. It was made before Fukushima, but okay. Its imagery both chillingly predictive and winningly unthreatening. With a cast that often does not acknowledge it is in danger. It's a surprisingly bleak subtext, yet despite its plot holes and characterization problems... You were describing the characters pretty well there. I don't know what the problem is. Ponyo is a deeply joyous film. It's all about suspending disbelief and reveling in the moment, about observing and accepting, not judging. Like Rintaro in Yona Yona Penguin from Rintaro, okay, Miyazaki seems to be preaching the gospel of acceptance. Kind of a deep cut? I'm not fully against it, just kind of strange. Go with the flow, let the ocean carry you, and you will rediscover the joyous irresponsibility of childhood, where logic cannot resist beauty and obstacles can be colored out of existence. Go with the flow, let the ocean carry you, and you will rediscover the joyous irresponsibility of childhood, where logic cannot resist beauty and obstacles can be colored out of existence. Ponyo also introduced a new scheme for title credits to Ghibli films, when Miyazaki decided to shove all 400 names of the staff into the 110 seconds that would pass in the first verse of the theme song. This led to a simple roll of names in A-I-U-A-O order, the Japanese equivalent of the alphabetical list, without job titles or ranking, which may appear to be, and may have been intended to be, a statement of equality, with the studio cats and nursery staff getting the same level of attention as major investors and big-name actors. However, subsequent Ghibli movies have arguably exploited this tactic. The great statement of community has ironically the opposite effect, leading some viewers to associate the film not with everybody, but with nobody, except perhaps Miyazaki himself, even when, as in the case of Arrietty, he was not actually the director. Even when, as in the case of Arrietty, he's not actually... Because, yeah, he's not. What a weird last statement to make. Neat observation that the credits are like that. I had no idea the credits were like that. That's insane. That's psycho shit. Not gonna lie, this feels like a really bad analysis of Ponyo. Because from what I remember of that movie, almost all the stuff they talk to feels kind of barely relevant. Hi, just miss anything crazy? Yeah. This reminds me of the Nostalgia Critic video on the topic of Ponyo? Or of the credits. Weird they mentioned Yona Yona Penguins considering Rintaro didn't enter production until the halfway point. Oh, okay. Well, at least they liked it. That's just a lot of fluff, I gotta be honest with you. I don't have much to say of the quality of the analysis necessarily, but alright. Because I agree with you, Victor, that like it didn't feel like they were really tackling the movie itself and just little moments and characters. But at the same time, that's not really a movie to approach that way. I can kind of understand their approach, but in that case, I don't know why they talked about it this much. Like, this is an insanely long article. It just keeps fucking going. Ugh. Despite its plot holes and character problems, Ponyo is a deeply joyous film. At least I liked it. Was there any weirdness to that I would write besides how long it is? Oh my god. There's nothing overtly weird, I think, to me at least. I guess it was a little weird that they bring up the Fukushima disaster as like as Ponyo being some kind of predictive element to it, but whatever. Meh. That's about it. That's about it. See ya. Well, now I'm curious. Sorry, I would say you can rewind the stream a little bit and you go to Yu Yu Hakusho's. I already summed it up for Victor. If you find when Victor made that comment earlier of like I had to tune out, didn't miss anything important, I pretty much summed up the other stuff. It's pretty much Yu Yu Hakusho, Pompoko, and Polyphonica had this really weird bit. Yeah. Didn't Miyazaki have very limited involvement in Pompoko? They bring up Pompoko because they bring up Miyazaki and Pompoko because they say because of the parade scene, the humans are more intrigued than scared, possibly because some of the ghosts include cameo appearances from the stars of Hayao Miyazaki's Porco Rosso, My Neighbor Totoro, and Kiki's Delivery Service. And then they don't name Takahata in the article whatsoever. Like applying a tour theory to Miyazaki and not Takahata. Ugh. Okay, Popotan from 2003. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if Victor's in the chat. Based on the erotic PC computer game of the same name, which is a play on Tanpopo, the Japanese word for dandelion. Popotan features nudity in keeping with its original incarnation, but also an intriguing variant on a perennial anime theme. Love Hina. Love Hina mention. Popoton's periodic temporal relocations allow shifts in relative ages and perspectives like those found in Gunbuster and Voices of a Distant Star. At its heart, it reflects a yearning for a carefree childhood and a terror of creeping age that feature in many anime for an audience on the cusp of adulthood. I think they seem to like that one, or give it a positive opinion about it. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say. On a perennial anime theme. Okay. Oh, I'm Ponyo. Oh, okay. Just tuned in. Do not like what's the summation, that summation of Ponyo. I remember Ponyo credits just have random fish icons near individual staff. Yeah. They kept ignoring it. I hate it when people overshadow directors' work just because a more famous name is on the staff. These guys only know like 3 harem anime. Yeah. Oh yes, Puppeton's quite famous. Akio Watanabe did art for that one. Oh! I mentioned Akio Watanabe in my upcoming video. I think he animated the OP for the game too. Wow. Puppeton visual novel and anime are quite different, though I'm not sure what they're referring to with Love Hina. What they say about Love Hina, whereas childhood memories of a beloved location or friend form background elements in many harem anime, such as Love Hina, Puppeton's periodic temporal relocations allow shifts in relative ages and perspectives like those found in Gunbuster and Voices of a Distant Star. Yeah. Because every anime has always been Love Hina. No, they basically say that. It's in many anime, like Love Hina. Application be damned. If you remember Carl Mandanson meme, it's set to the game's opening. Ah, okay, that's what it is. That's right. That sounds familiar now. Cool. Wow. It's time, fellas. Ghibli movie number 3. 12. 3. Okay. I'm going to read from the first edition. Puppeton isn't a harem anime? Okay. I wouldn't know. The Adriatic, 1929. The Balkans may go up in flames at any moment, and the fascists are on the rise in Italy. Mercenary pilots, survivors of the last Great War, work for hire defending transports from marauding pirates, and Marco is the best of them. But as his idealistic youth fades behind him, the former handsome flyer has undergone a strange transformation. He has literally turned into a pig, but nobody seems to mind, least of all him. His life is tranquil and simple. He owns a tiny island when he isn't flying, he's dozing on the beach with his radio, a newspaper, and a cigarette. Or he's meeting his childhood friend, Gina, now a beautiful widow. But Marco's own world is tipped out of balance by the arrival of an American cad, Curtis, who sets out to make his name by shooting down the Crimson Pig. Taking his beloved plane to Milan for repairs after their duel, Marco meets the irresponsible Fio, just 17, but already an aircraft designer of formidable talent. He also finds the secret police are on his tail, along with a gang. They're summarizing the whole fucking movie, guys. Come on, stop! He also finds the secret police are on his tail, along with a gang of angry aerial pirates who want Marco out of the sky for good. Theo mollifies the pirates by appealing to their sense of pride, reminding them that it took an American to shoot down Marco. The pirates, mortified at this threat to their Italian spirit, wager on a rematch with a victorious Marco. Oh my god. Sorry for spoilers for Pocoroso. With a victorious Marco winning the costs of his repairs, whereas a victorious Curtis, already rebuffed by Gina, would win the hand of Fio. As the Italian Air Force arrive to break up the illegal match, Marco and Curtis prepare to hold them off while the others escape. An epilogue implies that Marco has returned to human form, and he and Gina live happily ever after. God. Come on, guys. Why? Oh my god. Come on. Porco time. Ashinodo and Dragon Ball are the same thing because both main characters punch a lot. Careful, you know. Don't give him any ideas for comparisons. Pigman time. Yes. Porco time. Kaneda did an amazing job in this movie. Kaneda. That's right, sorry. You said Kaneda. I just misread it. Miyazaki's most adult film, initially conceived for an audience of middle-aged men who had forgotten their youthful aspirations. Porco Rosso was the 4th biggest animated box office draw ever in Japan, beaten only by 2 Pokemon films and Princess Mononoke. By turns touching, comic, romantic, and edge-of-the-seat gripping, it is a grown-up's fantasy with a child's directness and innocence. It reflects many of its creator's passions and obsessions, and also restates many of his central themes, yet the film has its own freshness and originality. Based loosely on a 3-part series Miyazaki wrote in 1990 for Model Graphics magazine, Porco Rosso was originally planned as a 45-minute in-flight feature for Japan Airlines. Eventually produced as a full-length movie, a dub was prepared for the English-language audio channel on JAL flights and subsequently broadcast on British TV. The idea of porcine transformation would return in Miyazaki's Spirited Away, in which a girl must restore her parents to human form. Well, let's see if they essayify it in the 3rd edition. No, I don't think they do. I don't think that it doesn't look like they do. I cannot believe it. They didn't. They gave all that to Ponyo, and then Porco Rosso was just sitting here being like, "Okay, sure." Rip-a-rooney. Rip to those rip to Porco fans. They literally just summarize and spoil the whole movie, and then just, I guess their analysis is okay, but like, damn. They cut something. They cut stuff. They cut stuff. I don't know how much they cut, but they, you know how the 1st edition starts with saying, the analysis starts with saying Miyazaki's most adult film. They actually cut that one line. They actually. Wow. Up to that point, yeah. But no longer. Oof. Why spoil it? Sorry. I didn't think I would like the film at first, and I completely changed my mind. Ham energy too strong. Love the Sky Pirates. The older I get, the more I appreciate Porco Rosso. Wow, they just summarized it and then copied a few facts from Starting Point. That's copy some points from Starting Point. Not like, did they even watch this or just read about it? Oh, that's a burn. That's quite the burn. I'll write that down actually. Hold on. That's really funny. I mean, objectively, Princess Mononoke is his only PG-13 movie. Yeah, honestly, it depends on what one means adult. Because I'd argue Mononoke was more adult in terms of content. That's true. That's interesting. I was thinking Wind Rises. But, yeah. Yeah, I mostly mean from a classification standpoint. They do give a positive impression of it. And they also added a mention of Wind Rises at the end here. What? Yeah, I don't know. Very, very basic statement at the end there. I don't know why you have to include that, but okay. Would revisit the aircraft with Wind Rises. Yeah, I guess he would. Also, Wind Rises was PG-13. Oh, really? I thought it was PG. The book is about letting people find stuff to watch, and then they go ahead and give a full summary. Yeah. For some of them. Not everything, but... Nope, because MPAA made a big stink about the smoking. That's fair. That's fair. I remember. I think I remember that. Yeah. I haven't seen Wind Rises yet. I'm guessing from some of the blood coughing. Yeah. It should be PG. I get it for being 13, honestly, because of the blood part. That's a pretty traumatic image. I think Wind Rises and Porco are his more adult works and how they're more representative of himself and the main characters. But also, Porco is an extremely fun movie with sky-fighting adventurism. Yeah. Broad appeal. Funny how that works. Alright. It's Portress from 2003. I've never heard of this one. This is a lot of summary for this random ass show. Like, it's still going. What on earth? I guess I just finished it, but like, this is weirdly a lot, okay? I just want to see what this looks like. Okay. Well, I have to, hold on. Yeah, so this is the synopsis for Portress. Long ago, Portress planet was hit by a meteor, and its humanoid population was almost wiped out. To cope with the changing environment, the few survivors evolved into a race of beings with body chemistry based on heavily metallic elements. An elite fighting sect, the Portress Knights, rose to fight a dictator, and several hundred years later they continue to protect freedom. They have evolved the Portress Rise function, which enables them to convert their bodies into humanoid tanks during battle and incorporate more weapons. When another evil dictator, Dark Portress, appears and sets out to construct the ultimate weapon, three knights stand ready to thwart his plans. Dragon Blue, the leader, Tiger Barrel, the muscle, and bird-like female Rosie Chiari, who can split into two separate beings with different weapon functions, infiltrate the enemy headquarters at Babel Tower. Dragon Blue loses his Fortress Rise function after a direct hit from Dark Fortress's super weapon, but in Babel the team encounter a boy with no memories who can merge with Dragon Blue and restore his full functions. They named the boy Uema. Dark Fortress is out to find 4 mythical ultimate weapons evolved by their ancient humanoid ancestors, and, analyzing Uema's DNA, he uses the boy's strange powers to produce a new life form with the same abilities as the Fortress Knights. He names it Black Dragon and sends it to destroy the Knights and their resistance supporters. Oh my god! They didn't give that amount of synopsis for fucking Pokemon! Granted, it doesn't need it. I don't know any series that needs this much detail. What on earth? And look, at every... Like I'm saying, I think everything deserves amount of respect, but like... You're wasting all this ink. Not wasting, I should say, but sort of like, you know... You're putting so much effort and time into this article... And not other articles? Like, I kind of want to know how accurate this synopsis is. And if it is accurate and pretty well detailed, then it surprises me that this amount of effort and care was put into this title, and not high-profile titles like One Piece, or Dragon Ball, or Pokemon, or Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, what's going on? Was this popular somewhere? Where they singled out this series? Inuyasha switched between PG and 14. Most of the episodes after 52 were PG, though. A lot of ratings talk, I understand. Okay. It's a co-production with South Korea. Based on an online computer game, this has tank tread robots and quasi-comical design aimed at a child audience. Co-director Nam has direction credits for the Korean animated SF TV series Bastov Syndrome and the movie Armageddon. The Gundam and Transformers influences are obvious in design and plot. Were they? I read that synopsis twice, and I didn't really get that. With a love child of the gun tank leading a group of young people to change the world. But the nods to Star Wars are also unmissable. Ugh. Like, obviously, because they work. That is so weird. Or Berserk. Berserk didn't get a very good synopsis either. It's so weird. The Canadian ratings board is it? No, it was for violence. The early episodes and figured out big more gory. Okay. They don't really give their opinion about it. Yeah, they just connect it to other stuff, but not a big deal. Poteco babies. Okay. They say it's a simply but beautifully drawn series, but not much else besides that, so I'm going to move on. Otemayo? I was just thinking about Portress again. It's very, very likely that they got the synopsis from a source, from somewhere. They just kind of I don't know if copy paste is really the appropriate term. And it's possible they had that happen with Dragon Ball and One Piece. Like, they just got it from a brochure that also didn't care and just kind of put it down, whatever. I just don't know how they get some of this wrong, to be honest with you. Because the thing, I think that I kind of think I get why. Because they're not looking into all of these series. That would take them forever. They'd never get this done. But, like, this is a source. This is, like, people use this for what we, you know, thought these anime were for years. Because they would never be brought to the United States. He would just talk, Gaijin guy, I watched a video from him talking about his experience with Leiji Matsumoto, and he was talking about his history where he was back in the day when they were watching the Yamano movies without subtitles. So he would say that the people would publish these English synopses, and they would be their Bible, because that's what happens. You know, because they couldn't really understand too much of what happens, right? Or they don't have actual physical access to these titles. So anything that this book says, you kind of have to just believe it until you see it yourself. But, like, I kind of wonder, I think they kind of just took a lot of these synopses straight off of the, you know, off of these brochures or magazines or whatever. So that the sourcing is kind of weak in that case. I don't know. Or maybe they did look through, I don't know what they did. What the hell? But, like, I highly, highly doubt that they went and watched, I forgot his fucking name. I mean, fucking Portress. I highly doubt they watched a fucking second of Portress. And yet they gave this such the big fucking synopsis. Where did they get this from? That's not actually that unusual. People watch operas this way because operas are usually untranslated. I'd be down to watch random raw anime to source these obscure titles. Yeah, right. You know, I've been thinking about it. Because what's the what's the end goal of this? What's sort of like, oh, that was weird, move on? No, because, you know, I think this really presents an opportunity here. But the most valuable list that I'm making in this whole encyclopedia project is their list of short articles, as well as the ones I'm interested in, but that's a subjective thing. But their list of short articles are ones that even they had very little info or knowledge about, or motivation to check out. A lot of this has to do, obviously, with time and motivation. But, you know, they've compiled a nice list of stuff that, like, you know, they took care of all the popular ones. I feel like there should be a database that doesn't just give you the staff or the cover and but really gets to the understanding of these titles. Kind of like my Ninku video. I hate to, use my own, pat my back or anything, but, like, I partially made my Ninku video the way it was to kind of just get an understanding of what this series is. Because I had heard the title before, I'd seen his face, whatever, and, I had heard it was a complete adaptation, so I looked into it, and, I got to the bottom of it, and I answered that, and gave some little historical significance of kind of where it places in the grand context of anime at large, where it places in Shonen Jump, and where it places in Studio Pierrot's history, and that, again, no, trying not to pat my own back, but, like, that treatment, what's its relationship with the manga, where is it, how does it, not even how does it end, but just sort of like what's its adaptation situation, what are some features or qualities to it that kind of make it worth noting and knowing about. There's such an unexplored vastness of this medium here. It's history, so I think it's fascinating I would hope that maybe the encyclopedia becomes just a starting point. Not to take from Miyazaki's thing, but it's sort of a beginning of like really venturing out and databasing this stuff. And a database is sort of a shallow way to put it, because we have databases, but we can use that and the fact that we have pretty good access to most of this stuff, raw or not, all things considered, to really make that effort and that difference. And yeah, Bob is doing exactly that. Bob is doing pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. He did it for Gege no Kitaro, so useful and helpful in it. But and the thing is, he could have gone even deeper with all of these other projects, but he's going a certain amount so that he can go to other franchises. You know, his pace is very admirable, but you could easily spend forever on like one of these titles. But like enough to where you get it, you know, and you can navigate it yourself. I do wish someone made something like Crontendo, but for anime. Oh yeah. I'm not familiar with Crontendo. Yeah, I checked out raw footage of Yakyoku no Uta, because it sounds really interesting, but I wish I had subs somewhere. Yeah. But like, you know, sports series you can... I watched Apache Yakugan without subs, and mostly got it. I think it's pretty good. Bob's doing that with Decade episode. Yep. I'm unfortunately in a bit of a poor position where I'm good enough to understand a decent amount, but not good enough to translate. That's okay. I don't, you know, translate is one thing. Access is one thing, right? But like, ultimately, you know, I think it's going to be more important that we just get an understanding of it, and then people can make their own decisions about, you know, their own journey with watching stuff. Like, I want to explore that, you know. But just fostering that community, I think. I don't know how, but like some kind of project like that. I don't want to know. I think I'm thinking bigger project than project. It's a little kernel in my brain, but sort of just like some kind of nonprofit or initiative or something to really just get an understanding of this stuff, and not just like it's good. You know, like we don't really need to know that. Like it doesn't really matter, because you know. I mean, sure, that's cool. If it's good, then it's like, yeah, it gets more... But fucking fantastic children's fantastic. But no matter how much praise we're going to give that show, it's only going to get so much attention. You know, the goal really isn't to, like, get people to watch this stuff so much as it is to just sort of, like, understand it and know the situation going on with it. And maybe, like... Because, so, like, with Nakamura, for example, with the director of Fantastic Children, Nakamura... You know, and linking his other works like Catnapped and getting his name out there, you know, getting more names on people's radar than just Miyazaki and Takahata. Like Takahata is a fairly mainstream pick, all things considered. But Keiji Hara, the director of the Shin-Chan movies, as well as Colorful, etc., the Cop Birthday Wonderland, other things like that. Getting his, you know, getting to know more about his stuff and his style. Yeah, it was a ridiculous time. Look at Jigglypuff and tell me that's demonic. Shaves edition when. The thing is, it wouldn't be just me. I could never do this by myself. The impossible, like becoming Hokage, can never be done, you know. I'd love to be a part of it or foster it, you know, and oversee it. I don't know, but like. Deathstalk Paradise, Ashino Frog, Tactical Fiend, however you want to, you know, however he goes by, he made an Encyclopedia video years ago, and he actually shouted my Circus Unadaptable video about it, where it's like, you know, we've moved beyond needing one book by two authors and maybe a couple of, you know, contributions here and there, but mostly just two authors to carry this entire burden. Because it's a, you know, ultimately not an amazing job. It's an admirable job, don't get me wrong. They did it. It exists. You did it, you know. But well, yeah, that's my favorite Pokemon. Crontendo is a guy that plays every NES Famicom game in chronological order. Yeah. That's the thing, it's like, that's cool. Old school video maker, he covered the Famicom library in chronological order. Jeremy Parrish is doing that too for multiple consoles. I wish someone would do the same with consoles I grew up with, like PS2 or GBA. That would be too many games. You know, I just feel like with that, you know, what would be useful. I don't know what, I don't know the inside of the project and his logic with how he does it. I don't know if he's doing it by release date or by studio, because I would feel like I would get more insight if I learned about it based on the studio. Because like Anime Tude's going through Mushi Pro right now. You know, I really appreciate that from that group and that organization. Here's our first project, and here's our next one, and next one, and next one. But just like pure chronology, Birth and Radio City Fantasy, you know, the first couple OVAs, Dalos, Radio City Fantasy, Birth, they don't really, how much do they have in common with each other, right? You know, so it's weird in that way. Though I could probably do something similar with just anime games. The NES Falcom has like 1,500 games though. Starting to look into Dazaki stuff now. Hell yeah. Enjoy the ride, man. Where are you starting with? I wanted to cover a bunch of video games based off 2004 anime at some point. Not sure if I'll get to that. Yeah, I hear ya. Release date. Okay. The cool thing about Quintendo is he's been working on this since 2006 and still going. If you can sustain it, man, that's cool. Like, more power. All the power in the world. Checking out Aim for the Ace. Yeah! Ace is great. Saw Dear Brother, it's okay to me. Okay. You know what's funny? I think you would... I think Dear Brother is better when you see... I'm pretty sure I saw Aim for the Ace and then Dear Brother. Because in that case... I might be wrong. No. I don't remember. Hold on. Let me see if Taiga has it for me. Like, it has some of the dates for when I watched certain stuff, but not all of them. Okay, so I watched it in 2018. June 2018. And then Dear Brother was... yeah, before 2017. Like, pretty early for me. So, around... Yeah, because I watched it with Utena, Full Moon, and... Nana. Oh my god, what a quad. Oh my god. What a group of four. Sheesh. I was cooking early 2017. Jeez Louise. But I actually saw it before Aim for the Ace. So I actually watched it in the same order as you. And I think I like it more after watching it and having seen more Dazaki and then going back to it a little bit. Also watched Treasure Islands, waiting for the Blu-ray, pretty good. Yeah. There's another guy called Virtual Game Library that lists every game for multiple consoles. He doesn't talk in the videos. Good target one system like PS2 or GameCube. Sorry, long tangent there. Let's move on. Let's get to Potameo from 2007. I need another drink. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Potameo. They said it's Cheese Sweet Home with little girls instead of kittens. I haven't seen either of them, so... And they really don't give their opinion about it, so it's fine. Potomas the Hippo from 1988. It's only a 25-minute short. Wow. But they don't really summarize the rest of it because they just say he goes on the run, and then the synopsis just ends. Okay. I don't really know where this came from. what the deal is with it, but okay. But it's one of the short articles, so it's gonna be in that list, right? It's gonna be in these like this group of tiles where it's like, what is this? We don't know because not in the encyclopedia can find much information about it. So, and how much of that is like lost media, right? Fucking that one blind soccer series that I was looking into a while back seemed to be lost media. Hello, glad you're still at it. Thank you, Photogun. Good to see you. PhotoGM. Sorry, I don't know. Okay. Next is Power Dolls from 1995. They have a whole freaking... They have almost an entire aisle. I have all that to say about it. Crazy. I'd say this sounds very dismissive. Let me just double check the third edition. I'll read it. Based on a Japanese computer game of the same name, Power Dolls taps into many well-established conventions designed to appeal to male fans. Girls in battle dress, girls in robots, girls with guns, girls sniping at other girls. The characters and situations are all stolen stereotypes, and not especially well handled, with competent but limited animation. There's a heroic effort to establish character depth by delving into the parental relationships of one of the lead characters, and there's a passable fight towards the end. But since its appeal in Japan was predicated on a love of the game, it's difficult for a foreign audience to feel anything except cheated. None of them would stand a chance in a fight with Ripley from Aliens, however big their power loaders. They added that in the third edition. That's not even the fucking... Nope. No, that isn't the first. Never mind, I'm stupid. I don't know what that comment came from. Jeez Louise. I think this is their attempt at humor. Pretty negative. I'd say I feel more dismissive about that one, honestly. Never mind. It's here. Sorry, I keep bouncing around. shapes. Congratulations on the panel last week. Thank you so much, Mia. It went well. To read the sequel. Okay. No changes from what I can tell. Power Stone. Japanese Wikipedia lists games by date per system, though you'll still be looking through a lot of games. From 1999, Power Stone. Then they fight. Based on a popular game from Capcom's creators of Street Fighter II, Power Stone began as a launch title for the Sega Dreamcast, featuring a true 3D environment packed with useful items and a Power Stone collection theme that allowed the players to transform into more powerful versions of themselves. A few years earlier, such a concept might have barely made it straight to video, but in the late 90s, climate-heavy with gaming money and short on options, Power Stone became a TV series shown in the prime 5 o'clock spot, with the characters regressed from the game to create a slightly younger look designed to appeal to children. Okay. No opinion about it then. No change. Interesting. We got Powerpuff Girls Z. A scientific experiment involving a mysterious chemical goes horribly wrong when a strange glacier appears in Tokyo Bay. Ken, dashing son of Professor Utonium, uses chemical Z to break up the glacier, but the fragments emit rays of black light that turn people into monsters throughout the city. However, 3 rays of white light also shoot out, hitting 3 ordinary schoolgirls who transform into the Powerpuff Girls Z, Hyper Blossom, Powered Buttercup, and Rolling Bubbles, and set out to help save Tokyo. This Japanese version of US creator Craig McCracken's Japanese-Korean animated hit Powerpuff Girls also inspired 2 spin-off manga. Okay. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, it's a big one. Purikua. It is just Precure in the 3rd edition, 2004, and it looks like the latest they have is Happiness Charge, because I'm seeing what they're listed. They have the listings in the intro bio part. They have TV1, TV2 Max Heart, Movie 1, TV3 Splash Star, 5, Go Go, Fresh, Heart Catch, Sweet, Smile, Doki Doki, and Happiness Charge. Not to be that guy, Power Stone started as an arcade game that was then ported to the Dreamcast. I see, thank you. I was really super curious to check out Powerpuff Girls Z. Love Powerpuff Girls. Oh god, them talking about Precure films fills me with dread. Well, it's time to find out. Athletic, energetic Nagisa Misumi and her schoolmate, bookish Honoka Yukishiro, have nothing in common until they see a shower of shooting stars. I have not seen the original Precure yet, so if there's anything wrong, let me know. And find that 2 otherworldly visitors have invaded their lives. Pretty Pink Mipple and Heroic Yellow Mepple are refugees from the Garden of Light, which has been overrun by the forces of darkness led by the wicked king Dusk Zone. But instead of a standard trawl through the tropes and cliches of magical girl anime, this series owes a substantial debt to martial arts serials, such as director Nishio's earlier Air Master. Dusk Zone wants to steal 7 magical life stones that will make him immortal, and the Queen of Light has sent the girls to find help from humankind, with special powers to transform into Cure Black and Cure White, Defenders of Light. Together they are Pretty Cure, or Precure. Compared to the Beauty Pair, the wrestlers who ultimately inspired the Dirty Pair. Moving on. The forces of evil infiltrate their school disguised as student teachers, and transfer students, but are no match for Precure, especially when one of them falls for Honoka. The second half of the first series was particularly influenced by Dragon Ball Z, another Nishio production, with the appearance of muscle-bound warriors that could power up with a glowing aura, just like Super Saiyajins. Saiyajin. Super Saiyajin. At the end of the first season, Thanks! Sure! Cool! I mean, I could have assumed that, but thanks. Cool. Very epic. The second season, Max Heart, featured the return of Nagisa and Honoka, complete with new powers and new costumes, to help her find 12 new magic artifacts. The show was created by Magical Doremi's Izumi Todo, which is to say, by a Toei House pseudonym, perhaps explaining why this particular show has continued to soldier on right through the recession, since ownership and profits accrue direct to the studio rather than to any original creator. As a result, and by the way, they've been doing that for longer before Precure. As a result, over the last decade, Precure has come to dominate the modern magical girl genre in primetime, as Sailor Moon did during much of the 1990s. But not to nearly the same success as Precure. Sailor Moon is 5 seasons, none of which hit over 50 episodes. The last 3 don't hit over 40. And yet Precure is batting 49, 40, like consistently every year for 20 years. Sailor Moon ran for 5 years, which is a lot, don't get me wrong. I mean, Sally ran for 4. No, it ran for 2, actually. I'm sorry. It ran for 2. I mean, 2 for the original season. But I guess if you want to count other stuff like Crystal and shit, then sure. I still need to check out Precure. Oh, I see. You're going by anime day, not game date. Say people. Does anyone get this reference? Wild comparisons aside, I think their summary first season's not wrong. Yeah, seems it. It sounded similar to Heartcatch. Good luck, still a big list to get through. Precure is like Super Sentai levels of popular. Oh, I didn't realize Precure was that big. Yeah, it's their greatest triumph as a studio for magic. You know, who pioneered the Magical Girl series. And literally started it. You know, took Yokoyama's 1 volume of Sally the Witch and made 109 episodes out of it. That is the start of a dynasty. Precure is celebrating 20-year anniversary, I believe, with the new season. I don't think there's anything else comparable. Nope. Nope, there isn't. If you remember that Magical Girl pie chart, I've made 15% of all Magical Girl anime by episode count is just Precure. Yeah. Where other shows might have officially ended to be replaced by something very similar, Precure instead maintains its umbrella title over several essentially different stories, leading some to describe it as a meta-series, like some witchcraft-oriented version of the Marvel superhero universe. Or closer to home, the similarly long-running, same but different seasons of Japan's various live-action Sentai superhero shows, beginning with Go Ranger. Yeah, it's more like Sentai. Or Kamen Rider. It's longer than all their Majoko titles from 70s combined. Oh yeah. Yeah. Easily. God. Like, most of the Majoko stuff isn't 50 episodes. It's like 26. Am I right about that? Hold on. Because I'm pretty sure Mako's not 50. Mako's 48, so that's pretty long. But it's not as long as Akko. Etchan is sort of come on, Sarutobi. Yeah. That's only 26. That's short. Chappie is 39. Respectable, but it's not 50. Limit Chan, I'm pretty sure is 26. Yeah, it's 25. Meg Chan. Cutie Honey is not counted in the Majoko line necessarily. 72? Wow, Meg Chan actually did decent. That's pretty good. I know it's nothing to Precure, but and then I'm still interested. And then Tickle is 45. 45's okay. And then I mean Candy Candy's long. Magical Girl. I have my arguments about that. Loon 50, yeah. And then Laravel, which is the last of the Majoko titles, 49, yeah. So it's not too many. They did okay, but not nearly as none of them were close to Sally and Akko. Anyway, sorry. Director Toshiaki Komura took over for the third series, Precure Splash Star, which introduced 2 new heroines. The fourth and fifth series, confusingly called Precure 5 and Precure Go Go Go, introduced another set of new characters, focusing on a schoolgirl who must collect 55 pinkies that will allow her to restore a lost kingdom. She transforms into the superheroine Cure Dream and enlists her friends to also fight evil as Cure Rouge, Cure Lemonade, Cure Mint, and Cure Aqua. Seemingly intent on aging with the Go-Go audience, Junji Shimizu's Fresh Precure was aimed at a slightly older audience, with a 14-year-old would-be dancer as the protagonist Cure Peach, accompanied by her heroic assistants Cure Berry and Cure Pine. Tatsuya Nagamine's Heartcatch Precure introduces yet another series set of heroines, this time associated with the high school fashion club, along with a series of recurring flower motifs. That's all I say about it. Okay. Munehisa Sakai's Sweet Precure refashions the collecting theme once more, this time with a quest to recover the lost notes of a transformational tune that will restore peace and happiness to a troubled land. Takashi Otsuka's Smile Precure adopts a somewhat baffling structure based on fairy stories, and Doki Doki Precure bases its character interactions and identities on a suit of playing cards to be found in the magical kingdom of Trump. The most recent iteration, Happiness Charge, pits Precures against invading soldiers of the Phantom Empire, with the aid of a veritable beauty salon of mirrors, cards, compacts, and other clutter. The Phantom Empire is determined to ruin the world by sucking out the joy and replacing it with despair, a mission they swiftly achieved among encyclopedists by removing the space from between the words happiness and charge. It's not a big deal, guys. Calm down. Each iteration of the franchise also gets at least one outing in a theatrical movie, usually in the fall season. Yeah, I'm gonna write that comment down. joke? Okay. I think Jewel Pet's the second biggest Magical Girl series and it's over. Yeah. I know Japan has wanted it. And Aikatsu, I imagine, is also very long at this point. I know it's not Magical Girl the same way, but I'll get to it. I will address that. I know Japan has wanted Dynasty Warriors Precure spin-off. And the Majoko series have a fairly large range, presumably because they aired until cancelled. Meg Chan is huge in Europe. We should all watch Precure together. I intended on watching the first season this year with other Magical Girl stuff I was going to watch, but then you know, Sally Akko and Sailor Moon were a little more than I was realizing, and I decided I want to focus on stuff like making videos and streaming. Yeah. I've only played the 2 GBA and first DS Precure games. They're good. Too bad for shovelware. Anyone in the chat, which version of Precure should I watch? Pick one and go. Now the first 2 series have English dubs. If you count Jewel Pet, Ryudo, Miracle Dreamy as Sanria Magical Girls, is actually pretty lengthy. Oh yeah, for sure. Weird Proc, to answer your question, can't go wrong with the first. It's like asking what Gundam to watch first. Kind of. Because there, you know, with Gundam there is a much longer original chronology. And then there's other, you know, under the Gundam name, but they're different shows. But it's similar in that regard where, for the most part, like the movies, the characters cross over with each other. But it's like Super Sentai, etc., where they are their own individual stories and they just kind of use the same names and iconography and branding, basically. My first Precure was Heartcatch Precure because it was directed by the guy who did Dragon Ball Super Broly, as well as he's currently directing One Piece, like the Wano arc. How good Wano is right now is Nagamine, and he's the director of Heartcatch Precure. There was also Umakoshi Designs. Umakoshi's a character designer for Ojamaja Doremi, Casherin Sins, My Hero Academia, just a couple first seasons. And other things. He's very, very good character designer. So I mean that's a great, and people really love that one, and yeah, that's a bang up one. So I recommend Heartcatch. That's one I've seen. But Futari was the first one from 2004, and that's the original. You know, you can't really go wrong with that. You could also watch Go-Go, which is first in a different way, where you know, for initially it was just the 2 girls. And that 2-person dynamic was kind of the specific thing about Precure, that and the physical fighting. But then it's since kind of moved into more Sentai, bigger group, like a group of 4. Like 4 or 5 is usually kind of the sweet spot. So I mean, I think it's Precure 5. I think it's that one. That's the first Sentai one. You also have Junichi Sato directing Hugto Precure, which came out in 2018? 18, 19? Something like that. Saying pretty good things about that. And of course you could also do the latest season, which is airing right now. And that has the first male Precure. Like not ever. There was, I think it was Hugto. I think it's either Hugto or one of the latest, very, very recent ones, where one episode, there's a guy who transformed into a Precure, but for one episode. And then this recent season right now is the first male Precure. Pretty big milestone. And it's airing right now. Go-Go? I thought you meant 5. 5 Go-Go. Yes. Because they were saying, like, if the 4th and 5th tiles, 4 series, confusedly called Precure 5 and Precure Go-Go-Go. Because, like, that's important for, like, it's like how, I'm pretty sure G Gundam is the first AU Gundam, right? It's the first alternate universe. Obviously, it's also very distinctly its own thing. Like, very few other Gundams have been like it. But it's sort of like, you know, recommending G Gundam, because it's like very its own thing, kind of different, kind of important. OG Heart Catch Hugto are the ones people usually recommend. Yeah, I know the Pulse. I'm on the Pulse. Futari is very, very cute. I have my issues with character stuff. I'd recommend Kira Kira level mode. Yeah, a la mode I've heard very good things. Or it just looks really cool. I just really like the designs in that one. The latter of which ups the comedy in my opinion. For Tropical Rouge? Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think I'll check out the first series. Yeah. It's on Crunchyroll. I think there's a Super Sentai series called Go-Go 5. Yes, Toei was released. Forget it. Okay. They didn't really give an opinion about Precure, I don't think. So, not much to say about it. That was fine. Okay. They didn't complain about the movies at all. That's nice. Prefectural Earth Defense Force. This one is in the first edition. I don't really like when they do this. A parody anime in the spirit of writer Ito's Urusei Yatsura. Come on! Writer Ito, because like, the script is Kazunori Ito for this. In the spirit of writer Ito's Urusei Yatsura. Whatever. About schoolyard feuds being... I don't know if I'm reading the whole thing out loud. I feel like that was a summary of the whole thing, but probably not, because it's 3 episodes. Actually, no, it's 49 minutes. Never mind. I thought that Prefectural Earth Defense Force was somewhere with 3-episode OVA. I don't know where I thought that. But, I'm just gonna double check the 3rd edition here. Yeah, it seems like they, oh, that's because they say this send-up was presented as 3 fake episodes and a fake preview for a non-existent episode 4. It's 49, but that's where I got it from. Okay. Yeah, they do kind of summarize the whole thing, though. Makes me want to watch it, though, for what it's worth. I have heard of it before. Go Princess Star Twinkle and Tropical Wars are very popular. A lot of them was one of my favorites. Bruh, first line. I know. Just because the same person wrote 2 different things doesn't mean they're rehashing old ideas. Yeah. Gundam has its first female protagonist and Precure has its first magical boy. Yeah. Ooh, might seek out the first Precure series English dub because it's Canadian. Love Canadian dubs. Hmm. It's by Ocean, the same guys who did Inuyasha and Mama Half should be good. Cool. Yeah. Pre-tier from 2001. It's not the first edition. The style is generic girls' fantasy with absurdly nasty siblings and cookie-cutter guys. From the moody but fiercely loyal loner playing hard to get to the adorable surrogate kid brothers for mothering practice. The show has a certain amount of charm, but not many outside its target audience of 10-year-old girls will find much to impress. Sheesh. Gotta head off to work, but I'm psyched to catch up to the stream later. Thank you so much, RC. It shouldn't be too much longer, because I'm trying to get to Princess Mononoke, so it shouldn't be too much longer. I say that and I look down. There's a fair number of first edition articles still. They have a lot to say about Princess Knight. Never mind. Pretty Rhythm from 2011. Blatantly lifts its plot. Okay. In a franchise based on the Tony Takara arcade game of the same name, competitors fight for prizes in prism shows, where they must combine the skills of singing, dancing, and ice skating. Prism stones allow them to augment their costumes, and prism jumps are athletic feats that solicit audience acclaim. The first season, Aurora Rising, blatantly lifts its plot from Mask of Glass, with two rookie performers teamed with an older, more experienced Prism star to form an idol group. One is the daughter of a former starlet, who hopes one day to be able to perform the Aurora Rising Prism jump that eluded her mother. Time moves fast in the entertainment world, and by the second season, Dear My Future, the achievements of the first season's girls are already semi-legendary, and 3 whole years in the past. That's a century in pop time. Where is that a blatantly lifting its plot from Mask of Glass? I haven't seen Glass Mask yet, but that did not sound like it to me. I'm surprised they didn't mention Sailor Moon because it's Sato. Oh, for what? For pre-tier? Do you mean for pre-tier? Because they don't list Junichi Sato as a director on this. For Prefectural Earth Defense Force? No. And then Sato didn't direct a pre-tier until Hugto, I thought. Pretty Rhythm? No? Which one did you mean? Because I don't see Sato on here. Also, they wouldn't necessarily bring up Sailor Moon because of Sato. If anything, they would bring up Ikuhara because of Sato. That's like the only director they ever talk about with Sailor Moon. At least from what I can understand. Feels like for the most part. Pretty rhythm. Let's go. I don't know why they assume only 10-year-old girls would like pre-tier. I say it has a lot of the same appeal as many Sato Jun's other shows. Oh, for pre-tier? Oh, for pre-tier? Yeah, no. He's not listed as a director here. At least I don't see him. I don't see him. Oh, the manga was written by him too? You guys! Kyoko Sayama. You guys! Oof, Rooney. He even wrote the manga. I know Big Green is derived from the French sketch. That's why they call it. Oh yes, the Pretty series was also going until last year. Pre-tier, at least 99% sure that saw it out. It was co-direction. Okay. Weird. Anyway, we're on Pretty Rhythm. An all-new group of girls attempt to inherit the crown and better the achievements of their barely elders. That's all ancient history by the time of the third season, Rainbow Live, in which 7 even newer, even more numerous starlets form an idol platoon, reminiscent of the unstoppable teeming horde of Aki B48. That's another time they've mentioned Aki B48. I feel like they mention them every goddamn time. I'm just gonna make a list of that too. It's so weird. I remember they mentioned Armitage the Third and Gray Digital Targets so much, and I haven't seen those titles in a long time. The narrative progression is of this brightly colored, incredibly enthusiastic show. Now that's a prison jump. Okay. They don't really give a arbiter on its quality. But again, Mask of Glass, it's whatever. I don't bother. Pride the Master Thief. From 1965. It's in the first edition. Pride stars in the first ever crime caper anime, a distant ancestor of the later Lupin the Third and Cat's Eye. First anime made by TV Doga. Hey fellas, I haven't seen 8 Man. I haven't exactly seen 8 Man, but like, wasn't that about an the main character of that is an investigator? I'd have to ask Bob. if he would consider 8-Man a crime caper anime. I'd have to say, I know it's more sci-fi and action and stuff, but like, Professor Pride and his faithful dog Dry are masters of crime who boast that they can steal anything from the Eiffel Tower to Mount Fuji itself. Pursued across the world by the hapless detective Scope, Pride stars in the first ever crime caper anime. What the hell? The black and white series was completely remade in color in 1967, but never broadcast. Did they release it on fucking physical release then, or what? Physical release didn't happen. It didn't exist in 1967. Weird. I only know of AKB48 because Namco made an arcade game with them that's basically just House of the Dead without the singers. Did they watch Pretty Rhythm? That feels kind of uncharacteristic of them. Of them to have watched Pretty Rhythm? I don't know. I haven't seen any, so I don't know if it was right or whether they saw it. I have no frame of reference for that. I don't know, weird, but I'm not going to mention it. It's whatever. Hey. Prime Rose from 1983. Okay. Not much to say. It's a Tezuka work. Was it completely remade or just a pilot? Maybe Japanese Wikipedia will say. Oh. Because that'd be insane. It's 115 5-minute episodes. Or is it... Yep, no, I'm right. Thank goodness. It's a moral fable. Okay, sure. Not much to say about that one. Prince of Tennis, and this is not in the first edition. It's from 2001, but not the first. That's okay. Ryoma Echizen is a tennis prodigy, haunted by the fame of his father, a former top player who retired unexpectedly at the height of his career, compared to Yawara. With 4 championships under his belt after years in America, Ryoma returns to Japan to join Seishun Gakuen because of its reputation as one of the best junior high schools for tennis, but also because it was his dad's old school. Not everyone else in the school is as focused on the game or is driven by family rivalry, but there's plenty of competition, and he is the first freshman to make it onto the squad. Ryoma is ambidextrous and often switches hands during a game. He's also a loner and can come across as arrogant, but his veneer of coolness is ignored by friendly Takeshi Momoshiro, who takes him under his wing, and wisecracking Eiji Kikumaru. Most high school and sports anime tropes make an appearance, but the talented crew gives the show genuine freshness and charm. They like it. That's nice. Yeah. I'd say because they go, you know. Based on a manga by Takeshi Konomi in Shonen Jump. With a huge number of characters and the constant challenge of new teams to face, sports soap opera Prince of Tennis replicated the success of basketball series Slam Dunk for the female market. Yeah, I would not say that. Replicated the success? Look, it's still going, don't get me wrong. It's successful, but let's look up list of best-selling manga real quick. And there's Slam Dunk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 7. Number 7 out of all manga ever. It's also only 31 volumes. And didn't have an anime that has run to this day with fucking movies and shit. Like, my dude. And let's see, to be fair, props to Demon Slayer. Jesus Christ. Mad props to Demon Slayer. What's where's Prince of Tennis on this list, huh? Okay. There it is. Not bad. Pretty good, I'd say. Between 50 and 99 million copies here. That is 60 million approximate sales. Slam Dunk is 170 million sales. You know, I'm just saying. I was just thinking. Look, I'm a bit of a Slam Dunk fan. I'm a bit of a, and then I know what they're trying to say. But yeah, just wanted to point that out. It looks like it was a color remake that was being made for U.S. markets, but didn't air. Looks like it was an Italian release, says Dr. Zen. Okay, maybe that's where it aired. Yeah, I was just reading a Lost Media article. There's a couple episodes on YouTube. Oh, wow. Love that wiki. I was just checking a few episodes of Prince of Tennis recently. I found it good, but I like the Infinite better. Yeah. Make sure you watch the movie. Make sure you watch the 1979 movie that Osamu Dezaki directed, because that is how you should experience that plot beat in the story, in my opinion. And then watch Ace 2, which does overlap and have similar material that the movie covers, but it's way worth watching the movie. Oh my god. And then watch 2, and that's about it. That's okay. You can stop. There is one more. There is Final Stage. It's okay. I do have to watch it with subs at some point. I've watched it raw back then. But I kind of think 2 is a perfect stopping point. Like, perfect stopping point, actually. And Final Stage, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I'm interested in watching Prince of Tennis at some point. I don't know when. Maybe alongside Kuroko. I don't know, I just got a vibe. I got a vibe from those two. Very similar vibe. A video followed. In the movie, Ryoma and his classmates play an exhibition game on a luxury cruise ship, only to learn that they're being used as pawns in a corrupt millionaire's web of gambling and deceit, while Ryoma meets his supposed brother. I'm gonna watch the Ace movie soon. I'll skip it because I thought it was just re-edited episodes. Oh yeah, makes sense. And then you watch, and then you see a screen cap of it, and you're like, ooh! It's like, ooh! Yeah, you watch it. You watch that fucking movie, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, waiting for the Blu-ray to come in the movie. Need to finish the first series. That's fair. Give me Ace 2 on Blu-ray. That'd be nice. That'd be cool. Hey, it depends on how well these series go. You know it. You know how it is. You know how it is. Oh my neck. Prince. Pirate. What's the song playing right now? Good to see you, Zachary. It is all music from Moomin. This particular track is Muminishka. 90. They don't really have names. It's all random numbers. These are like the most serene kind of aesthetic OST moments from the show, playing on loop for all my vids, for all these streams. Okay, Prince Pirate from 1966. It is in the first book. Oh wow, cool. So obviously, probably know, but you know, One Piece. The MC of Prince Pirate is Kid with 2 D's. Captain Kid. You know how it is. You know what it's like. I see. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. They didn't say much else about it though. Prince. Planet. Predictable but earnest cross of Amazing 3 and Astro Boy. Cool. Prince Shampoo. 90s movie's so good. I wish I would get a physical release here in North America. Yeah, at least we got the books. At least we got something. I think there's some licensing issues preventing it. It's just general, they know it's not going to do shit. No one knows about it here. Nobody. And they had this whole stint with, like, Disney wanting to buy the rights. And they were like, haha, no thanks. Yeah. They told them off. It's the same author as Candy Candy, apparently. Cool. It's for kids. Princess 69. I just checked the book to see if it was in it. No, it wasn't. But yeah, that one was also 2007. This is 2002. Okay. First fucking sentence. In an erotic pastiche of the school sports genre of Aim for the Ace. Can't get it out your fucking mouths. it's the precise wording here too that bothers me. In an erotic pastiche of the school sports genre of Aim for the Ace. Like, Aim for the Ace is the only sports anime. Like, everything is based on. It's the first one. It's just the first one, basically. Like, how about like Aim for the Ace? Like, not Princess Nine? They already talked about Princess Nine. I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. Yeah, they did. They talked about Princess Nine already. No, I'm sorry, they haven't. It's after Princess Mononoke. It is the one directly after Princess Mononoke. It's in there, it's just not... It's because it's literally numerical 69. So that's why. What? But lots of people are getting to know it now through the YouTube streaming. It's blowing up. Now's a good time to release it. I'd say it's more cult popular. It's not going to do as well as, say, a Kirby relicense. Star of the Giants would like a word. Yeah, it would. Not subbed. It wasn't, but like even the Ace wasn't even subbed. I don't know, easier to understand? I don't get it. But let me just read. I can kind of see what they're comparing it to Aim for the Ace for, but it's a completely different dynamic. Rich, privileged Tomomi is the star of her school gymnastics club, determined to break the will of shy, innocent new arrival Miku by indoctrinating her into the sadistic rituals of the gymnastics of darkness. Both at the hands of Tomomi and her sometime lover, the coach. Also a lot of Snufkin memes that went around a couple years ago. Yeah, it had a rash of popularity for a little while, which was cool. It was cool to see. Yeah, but they're memes based on screencaps of random anime all the time. Sure. You know, I'm sure they thought about it, and it is probably just some licensing thing. Anyway. Alright. It's alright. Okay. Princess and the Pilot. From 2011. It's a movie. No, it's a TV show attached to it too. I didn't know. I knew about the movie because Discotheque released it. It's no shame to lose the Sky and Water contest and the unborn romance stakes to Porco Rosso. This is an attractive movie told with heart and sensitivity. At least they like it. This is an attractive movie told with heart and sincerity. The animation, especially the aerial combat, is nicely done and a rival to Sky Crawlers. The world is well realized in an understated, unfussy way, and the characterizations are touchingly good. Without flinching from the ugly face of racism, the script doesn't judge it. A German half-breed in Blitz-torn London might have faced similar discrimination, as many Japanese Americans did in the 1940s. Films about good people in bad circumstances are a dime a dozen, but this one neither preaches nor takes refuge in fantasy. Quality entertainment for grown-ups is rare, don't miss it. Good recommendation there. Suzuki's later pilot's love song is a TV series based on several follow-up novels set in the same universe. Gotcha. Happy to see that. I know my boss also recommended it, I think. But there's this comparison thing now, right? But here they have a different attitude about it because the movie's good. It's no shame to lose the Sky and Water contest and the unborn romance stakes into Porco Rosso. Okay. Princess Anmitsu from 1986. That was really positive, and I actually am interested in the, I'm interested in this one now. It's like a little, cute, older period, medieval Japanese princess, bored with her life in her father's castle, with her best friend in sometimes reluctant pursuit, she sets about livening things up. And it's like based on a manga in the 50s. And then Piero adapted it in the 60s. It's like kind of interesting. Oh, yes, I remember seeing this around. Right. Yeah, this does look really cute. Cool. Oh, live action films and dramas and stuff. Oh my gosh. A lot of that. And then it got a manga. Wait. Oh, no, it's a sequel manga. Right. Cool. Wow. Yeah, I'm interested in that. Neat. I'm gonna say I thought of just buying the UK DVDs, but I hear it looks bad. Wonder if there's just the old yellow tinted prints I've seen around. It's got a Sega Master System game, and it's license stripped when it came over here. Only reason I know about it. Oh, wow. Alright. Princess Arete from 2001. And they did change the name. They respelled it. Princess Arete to Princess Arete. Was made inside a computer, though it retains the appearance of traditional cell animation. What a weird. And then they happen to mention added based on the novel by was made inside a computer, though it retains the appearance of traditional cell animation. Cool, I guess. Weird way to put it. I'm not going to mention it. It's fine. Princess Army from 1992. I guess, Utena. I fucking guess so. Sure. Rescued from a drunken attacker by a judoist, Nonoka Aida resolves to become as good as her savior, hoping one day to recognize him by the scar on his back. Transferred to a new high school, she meets two older boys who could possibly be the person to whom she owes her life and wants to give her heart. See Utena. I guess. Because she has the prince and everything. Sure. But it's not like she meets two guys that she's like, oh, one of them could be him. That's completely different. Whatever. This is an even gentler judo soap opera than Yawara. Okay, you've mentioned Yawara twice now in this fucking reading. I'm gonna write you down as well. Whose earlier success it was doubtless trying to emulate? You can't just assume that. Come on! How about you get a quote from them or something? Just don't make these assumptions, man. Ugh. I remember watching Princess Army with Rags. It was cute. Yeah, it does sound like fun, actually. So I am interested in it now. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, yeah. Well, more shoujo than I was expecting. Cool. Only 17 ratings, and it's a pretty even split. Wow. Very limited staff listed here. Jeez. Okay. Cool. Princess, be careful. From 2006. Mildly entertaining kind. Not much to say though. Besides that, so Lots of princess anime that aren't there. Lots of princess anime aren't there? Like what? We're only on Princess B. There's plenty of princess to come. Don't you worry. Such as Princess Jellyfish. Let me read this one out loud. 2010. Imagine an apartment complex just for nerds. Female nerds. A completely safe home territory where no guys are allowed and girls can indulge their favorite obsessions without fear of ridicule. Welcome to Amamizukan, home to jellyfish otaku Tsukimi and her friends. When a bossy, beautiful woman helps Tsukimi save one of her favorite jellyfish, she can't really refuse to let her sleep over. Except she is a he, the cross-dressing bastard son of a high-ranked politician. Add a few more misfits on the loose, a scheming, ruthless woman who wouldn't know sisterhood if she shot it and made its skin into shoes, and the threat of a safe haven vanishing, and you have a perfect recipe for a sweet, funny romantic comedy about being who you are, fighting for what you love, and never making the mistake of judging the contents by the label. PJ's raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens don't mask the harsh reality of life as a socially inept and determinately unattractive girl with no job, no conversation, and no hope. Instead, the characters grit their teeth and survive, accommodating where they must and preserving what they can, resulting in a series with both a heart and a brain, a rarity that's pure pleasure from start to finish. Damn right. Manga was published in 2000 and inexplicably remains untranslated as we write. I don't think so at this point. Maybe not? I don't know. Maybe. Compared to Pet Girl of Sakura So, which tries the same essential storyline but depressingly fumbles it. Nice. Then why bring it up? Try this other show, which is worse! Like, wow. I actually, like, why would you say that? Like, just try this show, but worse. You could have done Maison and Koku or something. And I get it, maybe not quite the same thing. But, like, come on. Lots of princess anime aren't there. Sorry for the bad punctuation. Oh, okay. Princess Anime is a full translation, physical manga release. Oh, good. Oh, good. Compare to Pet of Sakura So, which tries the same essential storyline, but depressingly fumbles it. I'd rather you not. Gotta drag Sakura So some more, jeez. Yeah. I agree. Okay. Another big title. Princess Knife. I actually... A parody of Princess Knight where it's just Princess Knife. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Princess Knife. And it's a pastiche of Princess Knight. That'd be really funny. Where, like, you just solves all of her problems with stabbing people. It's a little darker, edgier, but it has the same cutesy Tezuka aesthetic, and then you're like, oh god! You know? That'd be kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds really good. Okay. Thanks to an accident in heaven, where the mischievous cherub Tink is responsible for giving out hearts to babies, Princess Sapphire of Silverland is born with two, a man and a woman's. This is fortunate for her father, the king, who proclaims to the populace that the new child is a boy, and consequently that any succession problems are over. The secret is kept, since if it becomes known that the heir is a girl, the succession will pass to the corrupt Duke Geralmin. She grows up as a boy, learning all the masculine skills and doing her utmost to excel and make her father and her people proud. But when she falls in love with the charming Prince Franz Charming, she faces a terrible dilemma. Revealing her womanhood would throw away her own achievements, her father's dreams, and the stability of her country. But staying a man means she must sacrifice her dreams of love forever. But I'm not gay! Oh no! Now I want Golden Guy to write Princess Knife. Yeah. I want to check out Princess Knight. You can, it's on Metro Crush. Beginning as a 1953 manga in Nakayoshi, Princess Knight was the Astro Boy creator's tribute to many of the Takarazuka musical reviews he saw as a child, where the all-female cast made cross-dressing a narrative necessity. This gem of a series, much loved in Europe, is less well known in the English-speaking world despite several English-language releases, but its enduring influence can be seen in the massive success of its immediate heirs, Rose of Versailles and Utena, as well as in the prevalence of cross-dressing battle babes throughout anime. It also has powerful links with the magical girl shows in The Princess's Masquerade Under Another Identity, her fight against supernatural evil, and her friend and protector sprite, Tink. Its style and pace seem dated now, but the themes, ideas, and plots Tezuka generated are still being re-examined by modern directors and writers who were not even born when it was first broadcast. Versions of Princess Knight will probably go on being retold forever, but however modern the trappings, they will stand or fall on how they measure up to the power and simplicity of Tezuka's original. Will they? However modern the trappings, they will stand or fall on how they measure up to the power and simplicity of Tezuka's original. It had a limited American run in 1972 under Princess Knight. Licensees Joe Oriolo and Butch Hett did better with 3 episodes edited into a movie entitled Choppy and the Princess, with Tink renamed Choppy. This was shown frequently on syndicated TV throughout the US in the 70s and 80s. The series also made it onto Australian screens under the PK title, and a number of 25-minute episodes were released on British video by 2 different distributors. Movie makers released 7 episodes under the general title Adventures of Choppy and the Princess, and at least 3 more under individual episode titles without the Adventures of Choppy and Princess surtitle. Tasley Leisure of Leeds released 6 episodes as Choppy the Princess Adventures 1 through 6. The English dubs lose one of Tezuka's beloved jokes. He named the good characters and countries in his fable after precious stones and metals, with the bad guys named after cheap synthetics like nylon and plastic, but the names have been mangled in translation. Following Tezuka's death in 1989, the series was released on Japanese Laserdisc in 1991, with the original unbroadcast pilot included as a bonus extra. Okay. Yeah, they seem to enjoy it. Gem of a series. Yeah, for sure. I think that, yeah. Let me see, double check this. Man, that's crazy. Sally the Witch beats it by 1 season. Sally the Witch aired 3 months before Princess Knight aired. Sheesh. Very important. Yeah, for sure. It's on Crunchyroll too. I think it's just dubbed. Yeah. Could just be a compilation movie who dubbed it. I have to check the first edition. Yeah, no change. Also, let me check something again. It only aired for 52 episodes. Then Sally went for 2 years. Ribbon no Kishi went for 1 year, and Sally went for a little over 2, and aired a season earlier. Damn. It is sort of a battle for the soul of Magical Girl series, huh? And it, you know, you look at it, you look at the broad landscape. Ultimately, I think Ribbon no Kishi wins out in the structure. Granted, you know, they talked about the premise and stuff, but I'm curious about the, you know, actual day-to-day, episode-to-episode structure of the show, because while the aesthetics and everything and a lot of the superficial details of Princess Knight seem to be the prevailing factors of what Magical Girl anime are now, what I want to take a deeper look at with this Toei video I'm hoping to make is, like, the Magical Girl series, its soul really isn't in those surface level details of, like, fighting girl, you know? More so the fact that it's a central girl protagonist and central girl perspective, and seeing her go through these challenges and experiencing life in this particular way, with obviously with the use of the supernatural magic, etc. You know, what I enjoy Sailor Moon for are not the battles. Very much not so. I don't think the battles are all that good in Sailor Moon. It's really the slice of life interaction with the characters and them living their lives and the hijinks that ensue in that way, given their circumstances. You know, with an enemy, in this case, in Sailor Moon's case, an enemy attacking them from a supernatural whatever, you know, that's sort of the magical influence on their day-to-day lives. Whereas from Sally the Witch and Akko's perspective, it's ordinary circumstances, sometimes supernatural, sometimes, you know, stuff that is not from Sally coming in and disrupting in some way. Because Sally is actually really trying to live a relatively normal life. Like, there was a recent episode I watched where it took one scene where they're all practicing baton twirling, and everyone's doing pretty good at it, and she's kind of struggling with it. And Cub, which is her like brother companion, who also is a magic user, Hote's guy, he's like, oh, it's easy with magic, and then he kind of manipulates it for her, and she's like, the fuck, you know? It's showing that, like, she is actually trying to do this stuff without magic, or certain things without magic, realizing that it's, you know, more important things than magic. Yeah, you get it. And I feel like that's more of the soul for Magical Girls for me, right? And I feel like that's why people don't necessarily see Utena as a Magical Girl series, despite, on paper, it looks like it's pretty much a Magical Girl, you know. Not necessarily, because it's not really going. It's not. It doesn't feel like a magical girl series. Do you know what I mean? And there's other magical girl series that are purporting to be magical girl series, but based on their structure and what they choose to spend most of their time on, I don't know how magical girl you can call them. Besides those superficial girl has superpowers type of thing. Interesting. So I would want to look into to check out Princess Knight myself to see what it actually is. I don't even know how long Tezuka's manga was. It was 52 episodes versus how much manga content was there. Is it a Yokiyama situation? It's 3 volumes. So the series, and then there's the Twin Knights, and then there's another run of it, 5 volumes. Okay, so we have a total of 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. It kind of popped around in different magazines, I guess. So 9 volumes total? Yeah, 9 volumes total. And then 1 TV series, 52 episodes. Never came back after that. Didn't get any remakes. No, not much else. Interesting. I kind of want to watch, but the trauma from watching Melmo is still too fresh. Ah! Yeah. I checked out 1 episode of Melmo. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. That one's a really, really forced idea. I cannot understand how they got even, 4 episodes out of that thing. The first episode was just sort of like, what? Really hard to believe. 26 episodes. Sheesh. My experiences with pre-90s English dubs have been mostly negative. The central theme of Sally as a Majoko is Sally trying to understand what it means to be human. Yes. Yeah, I'd say human, but more just a living being, right? And it's also her friends as well. It's not always really about Sally, necessarily. In fact, it's better when it's about Sally, but there's plenty of episodes that are about Cub developing as a person, Yo-chan developing as a person, and she's not a witch at all, Sumire, her dad. There are very few episodes with her dad, but he does get some, oh, okay. He learns more. It's a broader idea than just Sally. Other people and stuff, and the one weakness I think Sally has in general that if it had this, it would be much better, in my opinion, is the continuity with the cast. It's very sadly transparent about being just Sally, Cub, her parents, Yo-chan, Sumire, her teacher, and Yo-chan's triplet brothers. There is Yo-chan's dad as well. He's appeared in more than 1 episode, but not too often. And then there's her grandma, but she hasn't appeared very often either. But at least that's some continuity. But it's so much more often, and it just feels so transparent where there's characters that they meet that are episodic and then they never meet again. When they're in their class, it's this character was really good, actually. Sally gets this crush on this boy or whatever, and then he never shows up again. She has crushes on multiple boys, actually, in different episodes. And it's he couldn't have kept that going. There's certain characters where I'm I wish they were in more episodes because they're good characters. But is what it is. Oh yeah, I saw a review of that. Oh, it's really easy to how they got a lot of episodes once you watch enough of it. The answer is Tezuka's completely unhinged. Yeah. That's because pre-Astro Boy work is really weird, since he hasn't got a good grasp on his style yet, like Kimba. I think the budget burglars appear in more than one episode too. I guess I didn't recognize them then. Like they do have some burglars in multiple episodes, but I didn't recognize them. I thought they were different people, but you could be right. But they're not like named characters. They're like a constant. It's not like a Team Rocket or something. Absolutely not. But they are some. You're probably right. Some are recurring. Well, we're here. No, we're not quite here yet. We have one more. We have a couple more. Never mind. We're almost here. Princess Knight Angelica. Uh. Merely a stunt translation for an anime based on a porn game by Silkies. I mean, it's not so much stunt translation because the original title is Hime Kishi. It's literally Hime Kishi. It's an even more direct translation of Princess Knight than Princess Knight, because Ribbon no Kishi. Actually no, you're. I think they're wrong about this one. They're like, oh, it's no relation to Tezuka's Princess Knight. This is merely stunt translation for an anime based on a porn game. It's called Hime Kishi Angelica. It's a more direct translation of Princess Knight than the actual Princess Knight. Am I wrong about that? Hey, Bob. They didn't say anything bad about Princess Knight, did they? No, they lauded it very heavily. They lauded it very sincerely. Only the dub. They love the original. Yeah, a little bit of the dub butchering some like. Oh, I wish they translated how the villains are named after synthetic materials and the heroes are named after organic materials. Like, yeah, I guess that's a neat detail. And how does it really factor in that much, or is it just a cute Easter egg? I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I wish that would have been great. And that's a good point to make. But it's, I don't know, it just feels a little pedantic. I think. Yeah, no. This is like not wrong at all. Why are they on? Yeah, it's because elves are all stupid rape addicts. That sound you hear is J.R.R. Tolkien spinning in his grave. I guess. I do not claim to have better Japanese skills than fucking Jonathan Clements. But like, I really don't think I'm mistaken here. Like, what? I'm gonna say this like you haven't been streaming for 3 hours. Oh my gosh, I was just thinking about you. What up, Shaves? Thank you so much, Hugs. Good to see you. Oh, DB characters are named after food. Yeah. No, you're not mistaken. And some One Piece characters named after various things. A lot of different things. A lot. Plenty. There's no excuse for elves to be that hot and not do sexy things. Yeah, but Bob, I mean, the description of this is saying that the evil Ernest kidnaps and rapes Princess Angelica, and then he proceeds to rape 3 other elf women. And that seems to be the entire plot of the fucking thing. I don't blame him for being kind of down on it. That sounds gross. Sounds really kind of a time. Like, ugh, you know? And here's another Princess Knight. Are they gonna repeat the fucking... No, they actually... They do, actually. Never mind. They did. They did mention Princess Knight again. Oh my god, there's multiple Princess Knights. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is Princess Knight Catway. Hold on. And there's no Japanese title for this? I don't know what the Japanese title is here. I don't want to fucking... Ew, ew, ew. You will never believe. You will never believe what this is called in Japanese. No wonder they didn't put it in the fucking... Purinsesu Naito. Yeah, nope. They that is not that's not stunt translation this time, fellas. Yeah, it's H. Yeah, it's an H. It's definitely an H. I don't know what you said, Drax. Oh look, by a mysterious coincidence, it ends up getting filed close to Princess Knight, but not close enough because a bunch of other pornographers have had the same idea. This reminds me I need to review those who held Dalbs have been putting it off for years. Oh yeah. And there's a third one. Princess Knight Jan. From 2010. There's a fourth one. Yeah, and then this is Inda no Hime Kishi, John the Animation. It's not stunt translation either. That's funny. These all sound very gross. I just think it's funny. that is it. That is the extent. It's a remarkable coincidence that this gets filed. They're making the same joke every time. Are you kidding me? They really did. They really did mention Princess Knight in all 4 of these subsequent entries. Can you guys calm down with this shit? Oh my gosh. I'm not getting, like, all 4 of them. For Katwe, for Jan, it's a remarkable coincidence that This gets wild. So close to print. It's like they're copying. It's like they're plagiarizing themselves. Like, yeah, I read it. I read it early, like just now. And now Lilia. Unreal, dude. This. I'm not gonna lie. This could make for kind of an interesting video. Like comparing the four Princess Knight hentai things. I would not make it. It would be gross as shit. But like, I could pick that to hard begin. Oh my gosh. The Princess Knight cinematic universe. Lol, stealing from yourself. Yeah, like, okay. This one's 6 episodes. Lilia is 6 episodes. John is 2 episodes. Catchway's 3 episodes. And Angelica's 2 episodes. And then, yeah, like, Hime Kishi Lilia. These are all different directors and stuff. It's shameless. Like, it's so bad. Ugh. Can't really steal from yourself. It's just laziness, unless this was an intentional joke. If it built on one or the other, that could be kind of funny. But this just doesn't build on it. It's like, it really does feel like Echo Chamber. They wrote these in a fucking vacuum. Like, they had just fucking Stockholm Syndrome. Like, oh, it's weird. It was like Princess Knight. Oh, it was like... And they didn't even... Until they organized them, you know? Like, they didn't... I don't know if they expected someone to read all 4 of them like this, like, one after the other. It's just such a bizarre choice. Like, shut up! Like, we know it's like Princess Knight. They've complained about laziness in these shows multiple times, and then they do this. Yeah. Because, you know, making an anime encyclopedia is so much harder than making an anime. Look, I'm not saying this is easy either. But that's why you don't call shit lazy. That's just why you don't do it. Unless you call things... Like, don't call things out for being lazy. Because then, when you do something lazy, you're a hypocrite. Right? So... And I've admitted my own hypocritedness of being a hypocrite. Because I mentioned in my I'm Not Happy video that I kind of talked about this on Digest, and then I always thought that about other creators and stuff. It's the whole thing. Don't practice what you don't preach. Don't preach what you don't practice. It's not that they didn't watch all those Princess Knight anime. They were so engaged by them that they forgot to take notes. Yeah, I guess. Smile. But to be fair, I also caught myself almost accidentally reusing jokes in my anime reviews. Yeah. Yeah. I realized after the fact, after these videos had come out, that I said in my Dazaki video that I prefer an OP to wind you up versus an ED to wind you down. And I said pretty much the same thing in my Naruto OPs and EDs video. So, I get it, biting for yourself, but it's just like, look at the book. Like, physically look at the articles next to each other. You know what I mean? I feel like that there's some due diligence there. Hypocrisies is the... Hypocrisies. Yeah, I guess so. It's hard to take notes with one hand. Yeah. We're moving on. Almost done. Princess Sudava from 2009. I don't know if that's the OP. That's Girlish Lover. I think that's Girlish Lover's OP. This is from 2009. It's a hard life being the focus of a high school harem anime, but this one, based on Mura Midorigi and Rikata's 2009 manga, goes even further with a 2-part porn video of the same title in 2010. Not much else to say about that one. They don't really dig into it. From 2001. No! 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 Oh my god. Colin deciding to accompany her on her quest. Colin discovers that there was an element of truth in his dreams. One Felina is being held captive, but her soul has been split into separate personality shards, each of which must be collected like Pokemon. Ah! Or a magical girl show? Like, I wouldn't say Sailor Moon, because they don't necessarily collect crystals in that one. Princess Tutu? It's exactly like Princess Tutu, actually. I usually, you know, I've been poo-pooing them on comparisons and stuff, but like, her soul has been split into separate personality shards. That is dead-ass Princess Tutu. Like, off no hype shit Princess Tutu. But instead they compare it to Pokemon. Or Inuyasha. Wait, isn't Inuyasha's not quite... It's like shards of something else, but it's shards of a jewel that they have to collect all the different shards of. But like, that's just Princess Tutu. It doesn't matter if you repeat those small little things in the context of a sea of other things. You're the same person after all. Sure. I just mean when you're writing a book like this, and you know, think of the reader experience. If you look through them and there's the 4 entries, it's just so obnoxious to mention Princess Knight each and every time. Maybe in the first one or something, or they build on each other, you know? But like, these are just awkwardly redundant, you know what I mean? This sounds like Princess Tutu. Wait a minute, the shards aspect isn't far off from Tsubasa either. Though that's Tutu. Oh yeah, a lot closer to Tutu. I was just watching it. Inuyasha starts with a Shikan Jewel. Ah, I see. Whatever it is, whatever you can make comparisons to, it's sure as shit not Pokemon. Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, gotta catch them all. You don't get it, dude. You don't get it. Fake fan. Should have compared this to Kyokaisen Judge No Horizon. What? Shikan Jewel Shards would be a better comparison than freaking Pokemon. In the context of the book, you're right, but in the context of individual videos we make, it's not a big deal. Oh yeah, no, you're right. That's fair. Yeah. It's also like years apart with those videos. And I was just thinking about this, Bob. I'm I'm sure you could probably relate to this because you've been doing this way longer than me, where like you've made all your videos, so it's this weird assumption. It's a stupid assumption to have. It's not like when you physically say, but it's this like innate thing being like, I already made that video. Like it's like assuming the viewer has seen all of your videos that you've ever made because you made them. I don't know. I'm not saying you think that. I'm saying that like I have this weird thing where I'm like, oh, I can't say that. I said that in this other video years ago. But like I can't just assume that people have. I'm not gonna get a comment that's like, didn't you say that in this video from like 2016? I guess I have this fear of that, maybe. But yeah, it's like, oh, I can repeat myself because I'm constantly getting a new audience. People fall away and new people show up and they're like, I found you from this video. I found you from that video. And I'm no different from a regular viewer on YouTube where I find a new channel. I usually don't binge all of their videos. There's some that I have. There are some channels where it's just something about some quality to them that makes me want to binge all of them. But that's usually not the attitude of, new subscribers or new viewers. They kind of watch the video that found them through the algorithm or whatever, and they might look at your channel or something, but most of them might not. Most of them might only subscribe, But yeah, it's just a weird thing I have. A mental block where I'm like, oh wait, I said that already, And I feel bad repeating myself. That's the other thing. But like, go ahead, and how the hell they watch that much anime and still compare it to Pokemon? I don't know, dude. I'm gonna keep reading. If he is able to win them all over, then she shall be restored and accept him as her knight in shining armor, but not before he has had sex with the other cast members. Okay, gotcha. 2 episode porn thing. Gotcha. I'm just gonna write that down about Princess Member. Her soul is split into separate personality shards, each of which must be collected like Pokemon. Tsubasa? Inuyasha? Just don't get it. I'm like, okay. The first thing I thought was Reservoir Chronicles, yeah. The same Pokemon where they didn't know what Pokedex was? That Pokemon? Yeah. The best part is that... And then they have... Guys, and this is the worst part. This is easily the worst about it. They have all that, and they clearly don't get what Pokemon is. And then they have the gall to call all of these other shows Pokemon ripoffs. Like, talk about talking out your ass. That's like a double layer of ass talkatry. Ass talkdom. Like, you don't even know what the thing that you're saying in a ripoff is. That's it. You just don't. Not only do you not understand the nuances of the deep nuances. Like, give the show some fucking respect. Give it the time and attention that the creators put into it. Not the same. Hard to do because anime's hard to make. But like, give it some fucking credit. God. The best part is when they got the plot Pokemon wrong. Oh yeah, I've slipped up and said that by accident once or twice. Didn't know how it came off. However, some people do remember your videos from 10 years ago verbatim. I mean, yeah, because they could go back to those videos 10 years verbatim. And then, They're like, wait, didn't he say that? And then they'll go back and check, and then they'll come back and sure. But those are weirdos, and my not apprehension, but just like the fact that I'm worried about those weirdos, you know, when I shouldn't be. No. Princess Minerva from 1995. We are very close to the end. Close to 3 hours too. Close? No, we're not. We're close to 4 hours. Fuck. Shit. Whatever. God. Okay. Sweetly predictable. Signaling its next move so far ahead that suspense is not one of its outstanding qualities. Based on a computer game / manga / novel multimedia offensive, its origins are betrayed by an outsized cast to showcase everyone's favorite from the original. Gently poking fun at Princess Knight and other tomboy heroines. At one point, the narrator tries to explain how kind-hearted Minerva is, only to choke on his own words. The result is a lackluster cousin to Dragon Half, without its predecessor's insane charm. Cute but not very original, ditto the story. Uncritical fans of babes in battle bikinis may be amused. Jeez. Very dismissive, I think. Let me just double check the third. Sweetly predictable. Lackluster cousin to Dragon Half, but without its predecessor insane charm. Ugh. Dragon Ball, which came before Pokemon, also has a collecting aspect. It's something that's been around for a while. That just reminds me of game reviewers who call every semi-hard video game Dark Souls. Yeah. No, I've had people repeat me word for word on videos I deleted years ago. It's real creepy. Oh, sheesh. They must have them archived, Bob. Like, you deleted them, but they saved them, and then they go back to those archives. But you're right. That is sus. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Asian folklore centered around collecting magical objects. Oh, sure. I think I remember watching this. It wasn't great, but it wasn't particularly bad. Fun fact, the staff that made the original game later found Sing, Hotel Dusk. I sing. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. No, okay. It is our 4th Ghibli movie of the stream. And the last entry we'll be going over tonight. Today. This stream. Oh, final. I'm happy when we made it, to be honest with you. Pretty happy. We're on schedule. Meaning, on Tuesday, I'll be doing the last P stream. Finish the P section. Sus. And then on Friday, then the stream after that will be Q and R? Yeah, it would be Q and R. It would be Q, and then maybe some of R. Or at least as much R as we can make, and then we have 2 more weeks after that in April to finish R. And the thing is, I want to finish R by the end of April so that May is S for the whole month. For 8 streams. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 streams for S. Whew. To try to finish. And I want to finish S and then stream break. Won't be streaming for a few months. And in that few months of time, hopefully, I will have gone through the entire data and organized it into the points that I want to make. And try to somehow wield this massive amount of information. Obviously not every single point of this is making it into the fucking video. Jesus, no. But I do think I might want to make some kind of compilation. Maybe as a separate thing, or I don't know. But basically finding a way to organize and then start to write this video is the idea during the summer. And then slowly working on it in the background, tweaking it as I'm continuing the streams after summer. And then finishing TUVWXYZ. And WXYZ is Flash. Like one stream can be done those last 4 letters. T is the last big letter after that, because then it's WXYZ. It's UVWXYZ. Very few titles with that. And yeah, so then from there and hopefully the video will be out in November. Is the idea. But anyway, Princess Mononoke. Let's get it. P stream. Yes, Glowworm. You will not get me to forget the ambiguity of only one of them takes the term satire seriously. I wonder which one that might be. Yeah. I haven't deleted that video though, so more proud. If you can quote something from my Ippo Joe video, then it's like, all right, you're a real one. Hell yeah. My favorite film by the company. That's gonna be insane. Is Miyazaki's best. We could probably do it in a couple hours. No problem. Good thinking. S is gonna take like 5 parts. Yeah, I'm thinking like 9 streams. It's like 400 entries. My birthday month for S. Are you doing the camp thing this summer yet? Yeah. That's the idea. But I am still going to release videos during those 3 months. Imagine how Vagabond fans feel. It's the big thing I remember from the joke. Nope, that's from Berserk. That's from Berserk is Unadaptable. It has to have been. I don't know. Because that's like, because when I talk about, imagine how Vagabond fans feel. Kingdom fans. Vinland Saga fans. Any manga that's not these fans. Can't wait to see what they say about Zegapain. Yeah. Probably nothing. Watch. Anyway, Princess Mononoke, here we go. Young Prince Ashitaka defeats a supernatural beast plaguing the remote eastern lands in which his tribe dwells, but is left with a wound that refuses to heal. Because its origin is supernatural, it has a strange effect that gives Ashitaka superhuman strength and accuracy, enabling his arrows to take the heads or arms off of his enemies. But it will also kill him, slowly but surely. Finding that the beast was maddened by an iron ball in its flesh, he goes in search of the culprits, hoping they can provide some way of curing him. As he wanders through the western forests... I wish they mentioned, I know it's not as a pragmatic a description, but I wish they had him go on a journey to see with eyes unclouded by hate. I hope they bring up that line. It's such a good line, Jesus. As he wanders through the western forest, he finds a village of ironworkers, the source of the bullet. Tataraba, the ironworkers' fort, is in conflict with both the local overlord and the creatures of the forest, which are led by a wild girl who rides on a wolf. San, an abandoned child adopted by the wolf god Moro and raised as one of her own cubs, now hates humans who abandoned her. All her loyalty and devotion is given to her new family, the ancient beast gods whose lands are threatened by the incursions of the growing human population. Eboshi, the tough, pragmatic leader of the ironworkers, is consumed with hatred for San and Ashitaka, a natural peacemaker who wishes to see everyone live in harmony. See with eyes unclouded by hate. Okay. Tries in vain to settle their differences. He has another agenda. Apart from his hope that he may find healing in the forest, he is falling in love with San. The distant, unseen emperor, who claims to be the son of heaven, authorizes the death of Shishigami, the woodland god who is responsible for the natural and supernatural resistance to Tataraba. Yeah. It doesn't quite spoil it, really. It's not a full summation, but it's a lot. Stealthy humans massacre many of the forest creatures, but the wrath of the Shishigami is unstoppable. Almost. ... Almost. Can't wait to see what they say about it. I can't believe Berserk is unadaptable. You can't animate things nowadays. Hey man, I still stand by the main point in that video. I say I have 3 points. I do not. Like, the other 2 points are jokes compared to the actually decent point I had, I think. Our titular character, who actually went to jail for actual crimes he actually committed. Yeah, okay. I think, our hero, in actual prison, for crimes he actually commits. Yeah. I wonder what happened to that kid in Joe who went to juvie. Yeah. Anyway. Purportedly set in medieval Japan, but depicting a symbolic never-win clash of 3 proto-Japanese races, the Jomon, the Yamato, and Emishi. Princess Mononoke is the ultimate prequel to Studio Ghibli's ecological concerns in films such as Nausicaa and Pompoko. Ultimate prequel? Can we just appreciate them as different works, please? 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 Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It is set at the very point in time when humankind pushed nature into submission, toppling the old natural order and starting the long chain to the present day, when nature itself seems under threat of extinction. 20 years in conception and 3 in production, the highest-grossing Japanese movie in any genre, at least until Spirited Away beat Miyazaki's own record, and the first of Miyazaki's films to be released theatrically in America through the Disney Tokuma marketing deal. Princess Mononoke has built a cinematic legend of its own. Born from the creator's own dissatisfaction with the end of Nausicaa, which required a miraculous deus ex machina to resolve the human nature conflict. Are you talking about the movie? Or the manga that he wrote? Born from the creator's own dissatisfaction? I mean, you probably got it from Starting Point, so who am I to argue about it? But, like... which required a miraculous deus ex machina to resolve the human nature conflict. Except it didn't really resolve the conflict, it just kind of stopped it? Isn't that resolving? No. No. They're still fucked. It's just the bugs aren't attacking them anymore. That one time. She stopped one attack. Yeah, it's not... What I like about that movie so much is that it's not like this happy live happily ever after type of thing. It's a really somber ending. You know? Like, it's uplifting because she makes it out. Because she was friends, you know, because she sacrificed herself. But I wouldn't say that the conflict is solved. In the same way that Princess Mononoke, that the conflict is not solved. You know, their whole village gets fucking blown out. But they're like, alright, we'll rebuild a better town. And Ashita, you know, I don't want to spoil the exact ending of it. I mean, I feel like all of us have seen it. But, like, you know, that ending is not as happy-go-lucky as the rest of them either, because it's an ongoing conflict. And what's wrong with it? Like, a Deus Ex Machina? It's not really. Because it's not her revival that stops the attack. It's not. It requires a miraculous Deus Ex Machina to resolve the human nature conflict? Actually, no. Actually, no. Unless you're talking about the manga, in which case, I've only read it once, years ago. I have it. I don't quite know what they mean. I'm assuming they're talking about the movie, though. Maybe I'm actually a little too pedantic about this? Or hung up on this? I don't know. And like, if Miyazaki's dissatisfied with Nausicaa, then that's on him. That's on him. Like, fine. You can report that. But it's like, does he explicitly say it's because of the Deus Ex Machina ending? In which case, he doesn't understand his own film. Because the Deus Ex Machina part is not what stops the conflict. Right? Am I right about that? Like... It's because most people want a Sakuga-based animation. They think using postcard memories means the production's cheap. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many ways to distract productive animation makes you sad. Horrible take. Residual is always moving. Look how that turned out. Full women, you're just regurgitating my video. Hey. Pull out now, Chase. You flip towards the end. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's there. I have to, because there's more to it. Like, there's so much more to that ending. It's not like one moment. So I would have to like really look into it. And also, it's not that very, but whatever. I want to end. I'm gonna keep moving on. I'm just gonna write that down though, and just be like, I think you're right. It's been a bit though. I don't even know what they're saying anymore. They're just going on weird tangents. I've watched Nausicaa but not Mononoke. That's the funniest part when Shaves is like, I've got the perfect adaptation for you, and then shows the fast-paced sword fight. Yeah. I didn't mean to repeat what you said in your Berserk video. We just had a lot of same. Yeah. I'm not offended or anything. I just think they just vaguely remember the plot and then write about it sometimes. I mean, that's probably not true for most of them, but for sure some. Princess Mononoke is consequently far more downbeat and melancholy than Nausicaa. It's not like they have the Deus Ex Machina for most of the movie. Well, look, in terms of which one is more or less downbeat and melancholy, I guess they're kind of equal, because they both have sort of lighthearted moments, but the overall atmosphere is oppressive, you know? And then Mononoke does have, I think, more darker moments. It's certainly a more mature movie, I think, than Nausicaa, ultimately. But, like, you know, hey, Dalton, actually, this is obviously coming as a Nausicaa fan. I prefer Nausicaa over Princess Mononoke. I like Mononoke a lot, but but I just kind of raise my eyebrows at that. Where is it? Sorry. Though a minority of critics still regard it as a tedious haragnu. Huh? Tedious harangue? A lengthy and aggressive speech, tirade, lecture, diatribe, rant. Though the minority of critics still regard it as a tedious harangue. Okay, I gotta write that word down. Even the many who call it Miyazaki's masterpiece agree it's a difficult film for US movie audiences, who are simply unaccustomed either to animation as polemic. Polemic? I've heard that word before, hold on. A speech or piece of writing expressing a strongly critical attack on or controversial opinion about someone or something. Who are simply unaccustomed either to animation as polemic or to the level of violence depicted. Preview audiences not expecting a Tarantino image in a Disney movie reacted with nervous laughter to a sequence where a man gets his arm shot off. Producer Toshio Suzuki's strict and noble no-cuts policy may have preserved Miyazaki's creative vision, but made the film difficult to sell into markets that still believed cartoons were kids' stuff. This has literally been already happening since Akira. They were already dealing with this. Like Hollywood, like Akira coming out in '88, and then I don't know the particular year, but when they were trying to distribute in the US, Hollywood Video wouldn't carry Akira because they would make this excuse of like, oh, it's too violent to be in the animation section, but it's animated, so it can't be in the sci-fi section. Oh, where do we put it? And they just didn't. And they just blueballed them. And so the distributors were like, okay, the manga's getting distributed at comic stores. Let's just distribute it there. And it fucking exploded. Of course it did well. And it's I guess it's not a big deal, but like the no cuts thing, conflating that with like, oh, but it's a hard sell to the US market. Yeah, I guess, but like, do you know why he asked for no cuts? This is because this is the first time they brought a movie over since Nausicaa, where they cut it up. They literally cut a half hour out of the movie, and then they cut the sides of the movie to fit to 4x3. So they literally cut it physically and lengthwise, like length and width in both ways, lengthwise and widthwise. Technically, Princess Mononoke is a remarkable achievement, especially on the level of art direction and design. The primeval forests of Japan and the first stirrings of industrial society are depicted with ravishing realism. The characters are well drawn in every sense, each with his or her own motivations and needs. Not cardboard heroes and villains, but humans struggling to get by in a hostile world. This is a grown-up fantasy, and unlike the vast run of anime that gives us stock figures in pretty clothes and wish fulfillment situations, look, you really don't have to generalize anime like this. I literally thought the point of this book was so that you don't do that. I feel like that's the reason I was reading it to begin with. That it's not just Pokemon or porn. And they're just like the vast majority, where unlike the vast run of anime that gives us stock figures in pretty clothes and wish fulfillment situations, you literally do not have to undermine the entire medium that it's coming from. You really don't. Princess Mononoke presents real people in a real world that is beautiful. And like, you know this isn't true. Not about Princess Mononoke, but just the fact that the vast majority of anime don't present real people in a real world that is beautiful and fascinating, but must be taken on its own terms. That's what we like about anime. You know? And again, I really don't think you need to push down the entire thing for it. I just don't think you do. The US dub, which featured a script rewrite by Sandman author Neil Gaiman, was the first theatrical anime production since the Armitage the movie to use name actors, with a cast including Billy Crudup, Claire Danes, Minnie Driver, and Gillian Anderson. Princess Mononoke was widely reported as being Miyazaki's last film, but he managed to cram in a few more before The Wind Rises. You know what was kind of noticeably absent in this article? Miyazaki. They actually didn't have his name completely in their mouths like they had with fucking Ponyo. They were like psychoanalyzing him in fucking Ponyo. It was so weird. Just the sheer amount that they were talking about Ponyo. But then they don't for Princess Mononoke? That was a weirdly hands-off article, I'm not gonna lie. I thought they were gonna go harder. If anything, I'm a little disappointed. I'm surprised. I'm just checking the first edition. I think they do they have to cut at least one thing because Spirited Away came out. Before Spirited, they added before Spirited Away. Wait a minute. Yeah, in any genre. At least until Spirited Away beat Miyazaki's own record. I'll make sure I have to add the positive, of course. And, like, maybe I'm being too specific about anime, maybe. Because this sort of like Sturgeon's law could be applied to anything like movies, video games. Art deserves respect. Art deserves respect. But like, you know, I want to be specific about anime. They all deserve respect. You don't need to push down the whole medium. You don't need to push the whole medium down to prop up one of the highest grossing anime of all time. You really just don't. You have to earn respect? Through what metric? With art, right? If you want to talk about an art's quality, or perhaps it's, you know, do we really want to gauge it based on its success? You know, its monetary success or notoriety, this nebulous notoriety thing. Oh, it's famous, popular, long running. What metric do you run them by? And do we go on quality of like, oh, it earns it because it's good? Do you know, like, people would kind of like not take you seriously if you didn't think Mononoke was good. Personally, you didn't think it was good, and so you just decide to kind of like throw a big shit fest all over it. And don't respect it. I don't respect this movie. You know, like, what's the use of that? You know, it's like, I mean, there's certainly certain anime that I have trouble respecting because of their premise or whatever. That's my bias. And I understand that's not something that, like, that's some, all of them deserve respect as an ideal. And that's something that I want to try to purport to, you know, really emphasize personally. I'm not going to live up to that all the time. But, you know, there's going to be stuff that I don't like. There is stuff that I don't like, just generally. And so the thing is, right, I'm not then going to push those things down. I'm going to treat them with respect by just not talking about them. You know, if you ask me about my opinion of Code Geass or something, or what I thought of this, and I will try constantly to caveat everything I say with, I thought it sucked. I know full well that Geass is one of the most popular and well-beloved series. It was effective and worked for people. It deserves respect. I didn't like it. So I'm not really the person to give it that respect. It deserves respect. I'm not necessarily the one to give it. Does that make sense? I'm working these out. I'm literally working this out in my head as you ask me that. I don't think so. I'm scrolling a lot up. Put in the live action section because the animation that good, you know. Dang, I got way too focused on sorting magic cards and missed out most of the stream. It's a good stream. Should watch it back. In the 2010s, our local chain of rental stores put up the notice apologizing about having only one copy of Ghibli movies, because Disney would only supply them one copy. Once stuff like Inuyasha from and Cartoon Network aired in CN with minimal edits to major success, I think people started realizing you didn't need to butcher anime to be successful. Yeah. I think it's a little rough to pick up an anime encyclopedia and then read most anime sucks, but not this one. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's just not. They say they want to lift up anime's image, and all they do is crap on 80% of anime. Yeah, including the famous ones. Let's forget the power fantasy that is Gundam. All I remember is them going, why do we need Gundam when Mazinger already exists? Did they say that? Where did they say that? I'm sure they did. It sounds like them. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm referring to the Planetes one. Oh yeah. No, right. They're Planetes article that fantasy that is Gundam. They also seem to really hate Fist of the North Star for some reason. I was kind of surprised how easy they went on Gold with 13. I really thought they were going to hear a new one. They do. They're not kind to it. But they're more talking about the conceit. They really just talk about the manga, not like either the movie or the series. But I don't necessarily think they gave it a positive review. That sounds like my mother. Yeah, because I know McCarthy despises Golgo. Sorry to hear that, man. It's not that simple, but I appreciate it. Because it's just Pizza Hut propaganda. It's earned public and critical acclaim, but not on your own. Not your own, or within our own niche community. Gia's just a ripoff of Gundam because it's about robots going to war. No, it's a ripoff of Gundam because all the women die, so it's just two gay guys killing each other lovingly. Okay. I'm not gonna agree with that. I don't like Gias, and I'll already be like, that's not right. They imply that Gundam only exists to cash in on Mazinger as opposed to the other show's own merits. To any show. They just recently, just a couple entries ago with Princess Army, they were just like, oh, it's a judo thing. They must really want it to be like Yawara. And maybe they did, and like, what's wrong with that? But like, that's a source thing. That's like, they clearly do. Yeah? Clearly? I don't understand why they even put hentai in the collection. Most of it just dismiss or dislike outright. They give some positive stuff to some hentai. And a lot of it, they don't say anything. They don't really give their opinion about it, which is preferable. I'd rather than not know what they think about this hentai. And, you know, again, that hentai is like one of my bias, but like, I would say that they deserve respect, especially because they are more than most anime, I would say. And I'm not trying to generalize anime here, but you know, hentai represents to me what I'm going to be talking about in this upcoming video. This sort of like, I don't want to spoil it really, but anime's greatest quality. That's what I'll say. To me. And hentai represents that. As much as I don't like it, and it's shitty and repulsive a lot of the time. And it's not what I want to watch, but yeah. I've already kind of spoiled my video a little bit with what I've been saying, but with what I've been emphasizing recently, but anyway. No, see, it's because they hate it. They gotta morally position themselves constantly over it. Yeah, we're not one of them. Yeah, we're anime fans. Yeah, we founded this manga magazine and worked in these companies and wrote this entire book, but we're not one of those fans. I like why I saw Gias on Adult Swim till they dumped it at 3 a.m. People like that are so cringy. They dumped Gias at 5 a.m. and Moribito at 5:30. Bandai was really infuriated by this, as they had only found out about it at an anime con when fans brought it to their attention. Sheesh. The growth from the doujin scene into the industry, or is otaku pre-creativity scene? A little more basic than that, but yeah. It's because the new network hated anime. Oh. Well, that'll have to do. I think that's everything for this reading. Next is 50 entries to finish up P. Sheesh. And at least in the first book, the first edition book, you got Project Eiko. Yeah, Project Eiko. You got Gobarian. I'm gonna write that down before I forget. So much for that. Space Runaway Idion, I think, is the same thing, actually. Space Runaway Idion. Idion. Space Runaway Idion. Idion. Space Adventure Cobra. Space Family Car. Space Firebird. Space Runaway Idion. Okay. But then, yeah, Utena is definitely in you, right? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not wrong. It is in you. Okay. But yeah, P, you got that. That's kind of it. That's the one major entry, at least in the first edition. I gotta stop streaming, fellas. It's been a lot of time. Like, literally 4.5 hours. You guys are great. Thank you so much again for all the familiar folks. People like Roger have been here pretty much the whole stream. Damn. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope this was entertaining and interesting and insightful, fun. Dope shit. Well, I gotta head out of here. Let me just read the rest of chat real quick. Did they sync it? They did not the actual ads for Gias. Oh wow. Still amazed Part 2 got as many episodes dubs as it did. They have ads when it first premiered, they just stopped caring. Guys, it was just skimming through the episode. Thanks for the stream. I'm gonna watch What's Michael OVA. Oh, fun! I wish that one... I'm not gonna rain on your parade. You enjoy it. Go have fun. To be fair, Adult Swim themselves love the blind. The audiences didn't. Cool to know. I could have sworn there was another one hyping that show up. Could have been mixing something else. Atina. Whatever. You might be thinking of a 1 a.m., 5 a.m. block. Long live Japan from VR. See you later. Yeah, I was a little on and off because of my ramen getting cold. That's fine. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Good to see you guys. Some reason I ended on this track. It's a Kino track to end on. Yeah, you guys are okay. Have a good stream. Have a good. I'll see you hopefully Tuesday in like a few days. Not much longer. Yo, peace. Oh shit! I wrong fucking thing. Whatever. Kino ending ruined. I was also gonna click start streaming too, and that would have also been wrong. I am very tired. Goodbye. Yo, peace.